Morning, Karen. There it is. Lost my pen between the office and here, thinking, huh.
Always put it in your hand.
If that's or pocket, right, or pocket. If that's the sign of the way today is gonna go, I think I'm going to be marked absent. Present in body only. That could even be arguable.
Morning. How are you? Depends on what we're talking about, I guess. Pretty good. And you?
Well, we're not talking about taxes, due and payable, so.
Yeah.
Should be good, right?
You live around here?
Cadillac.
Cadillac?
I guess that's around here. It's all relative, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Gonna get a lot colder.
Yeah, tough, right?
Ray, hate to break it to you.
I can't believe that she's sticking out that dirty drop in that. Well, I didn't notice it, so I put it up there and I thought. Okay.
What did you end up doing with that?
I threw it away.
Okay.
No, not much.
That was an important answer.
I mean, I did see it land,
Rolled.
but I didn't see the disposition of it.
What was it, John? I didn't see. It was my cheese dish I brought you.
Had like a, you know, she's and it rolled and it was
Well, it was like first and
I think this needs a good vacuuming. What did I do? Almost like-
Good to go?
Yep.
All right, Heidi?
Yep.
Cheryl?
Mhm.
Don?
yes.
Lois? All right,
Resident? Resident, will you please mute?
we will call this meeting to order then at 9:02. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for spending your January 12th morning with us. Roll call when ready, please.
Goss, here, Beck? Here, Pop,
Here.
Volume, here, Glenn.
Here. Any changes to the meeting agenda? Any conflicts of interest here today? Hearing none, we will move into public comment. anyone here in the township hall wishing to make public comment, please come to the podium and we'll listen to what you have to say. Good morning.
I have a map here. Would you care to see a map of land that we're talking about? today?
Sure. Yep, you can share whatever you would
I
like.
have it, but you can leave that there, but I.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Connie Highmore, Baggs Road. I'm handing out a survey map. The map shows the first land split of Morrison Orchard at the corner of Baggs and Lossy Roads. For reference, you'll see the roads highlighted in yellow. You can see the parcel A is green, parcel B is orange. Parcel B is the land we're discussing today. This survey is signed on 5/27/2020. You can see there was plenty of land available to make parcel B compliant with the township zoning ordinance requiring 1:4 width to depth ratio. It is the duty of the zoning administrator to verify the proposed land division complies with Whitewater Township ordinances. I'm thinking back on my first meeting here in Town Hall. It was a planning commission meeting on March 2nd, 2022. My reason for attending was to voice my comments against site condominium development of 22 homes being proposed near our property. We still believe that dense housing of this kind goes against our master plan and the rural character of the township residents that they deem important. I've learned a lot about township government since that day. The knowledge has been quite an eye-opener for me. I know more about zoning ordinances, general ordinances, master plans, MTA, MCLs than I thought was possible. Never once did I think I'd be standing in this hall at a special meeting of the board that is addressing a zoning complaint about that same parcel of land. This complaint came about because of that first meeting. The PC chair asked the zoning administrator a question about the land split of the parcel in question. I didn't think much about the comment at the time, but others in the room focused on the importance of the discussion and have been asking for clarification ever since. Silence. That's what those people got every time they asked about the greater than 1:4 land division. Silence. Was this conversation on March 2nd of 2022 between the zoning administrator and the PC chair a way of publicly addressing the split that would result in a bigger issue if they didn't disclose it? Why not further comment when people inquired about it in public meetings? The silence was saying more than the words they refused to speak. This caused our own investigation to begin. We read countless hours of documentation on land division. We created FOIAs for the zoning administrator so we could gather facts about the parcel. We asked if the FOIA was complete because we were looking for information that the applicant, Morrison Orchard, demonstrated a reason for this division. Nothing more was given to us. We looked for any explanation as to how or why this would be allowed. We asked if the FOIA was complete several times. We contacted the county. We contacted the state. We were told that land division is a very serious matter. The result of our investigation is the code enforcement complaint before you today. We followed all proper procedures recommended on Whitewater Township's website for handling a complaint. We discovered an ordinance violation, a violation that has consequences and penalties. We need you, our elected officials, to follow the ordinances, the law. Thank you.
Good morning, Karen Boyd, Baggs Road. I live on the south side of M72. I have overlooked this field where the site condo is being proposed for over 15 years. I've looked over to see trees blossoming, sunflowers grow, wildlife run free. If any of you can tell me you would rather look at a field of homes instead of what I just mentioned, you're definitely living in the wrong area. But today isn't about that. Today is about following the law. The division of Morrison Orchard Parcel B was split illegally. Before I read the following, I'd like to thank the clerk for calling out some of us residents of Whitewater Township on our due diligence in making sure that the law is followed correctly. Although I think it could have done in a more professional manner. On August 18th, 2022, the owners of the property Bags Partners LLC sent a letter to our zoning administrator, Bob Hall, asking why the moratorium was put in place. And Bob's response was he was unable to answer the question. The email was then sent to the board. The only response that I saw was from the clerk stating that she voted no, that maybe Supervisor Pop or trustees Glenn or Valmuth may be able to answer the question. In this letter, she suggests the developer look at meeting minutes stating you will find other meeting minutes showing that several of your neighbors on Baggs Road, notably Vicky Bean, Connie Highmore, Karen Boyd, have been very vocal in their opposition to your site condominium project, claiming it destroys the rural character, doesn't meet the master plan or the zoning ordinance. They don't want to look at a subdivision, and even going as far as mocking our experienced knowledgeable zoning administrators interpretation that Baggs Road site condominium project meets the provision of the ordinance. And it goes on to call us residents out on how outrageous our claims are. I do have a copy of the letter if anybody's interested in reading the whole thing. The clerk also sent an email to Vicky, Connie, and myself with a little clip, which I think was supposed to convince us that the split was legal. I'm not sure where the clip came from. There was no reference whatsoever, other than Bob Hall sent it to her. It reads as follows. The governing body or other board person designated by the government body may provide a land division that creates a resulting parcel with a depth of which ratio greater than 4:1. If the applicant demonstrates that there are exceptional topographic or physical conditions with respect to the parcel that the greater ratio would be reasonably compatible with the surrounding lands. In our ordinance, it states that the ratio depth to width of parcel created by a division does not exceed 4:1. Morrison Orchard Parcel B is almost 6:1. As you can see in today's packet diagram. In 2020, Bob Hall admits to an error in the meeting that was on Zoom. I still don't see sufficient information or documentation as to why this should be exception to the rule. Development is going to happen whether we want it or not, but it needs to follow the laws. We can't put a Band-Aid on an error and say that it will be okay. If that is what we're planning on doing, then why do we have ordinances?
Thank you. Just for a moment, I would like to say something to the board. Excuse me. Chris Patterson is only available till about 9:45. So if that plays into anything, maybe 10 o'clock on the outside. So he's available again after 3, but
I'm not planning on asking for any closed session.
Okay. All right.
I'm not. I don't know who else is, but
Is anyone else?
Well, I don't know yet.
Okay. All right. So we may have to, I didn't plan on lots of activity on this, so my bad. Please continue. Thank you for that interruption.
Happy New Year to all of you. I actually am surprised that you didn't expect a lot of activity on this. It has been quite a journey over the last 11 months. I was busy building a home in Whitewater Township when I learned from a neighbor that the Planning Commission meeting on March 2nd of 22 was going to discuss the 30 acres that is adjacent to our property being developed to contain 22 homes in an agricultural area that is predominantly single-family homes on at least 5 acres per building site. In full transparency, I'm going to echo similar to what Connie said. I had never attended a PC or board meeting, really didn't know what to expect. In that PC meeting, I listened to the zoning administrator discuss how the master plan is the guide and the zoning ordinances of the township are the law. It sounded confusing to me about site condos, PUDs, green space, lighting requirements, and I realized that the township was in disarray. It was mentioned that there, excuse me, it was mentioned that there are results from a survey completed by residents that are concerned with keeping our township rural and concerned with uncontrolled growth. As the meeting went on, I also learned that the initial land division that resulted in the parcel that the site condos were being proposed for was questionable. The zoning administrator that our tax dollars are paying for brushed it under the table. The chair of the PC, and I'm going to quote, said, "Bob, was there not something on the land division as well?" Bob replied, "Yes, thanks for reminding me." Went on to say, "State laws say one thing, local regulations say another. The Land Division Act of any parcel over 10 acres is exempt from the 4:1 depth to width ratio. Our subdivision land division ordinance supersedes that, and it has to be 4:1. He goes on to say, "Let bygones be bygones." Bob also stated that the township is going to make it right because it was their error. The chair mentioned there may have been other ways to do it. Filing was probably not exactly as it should have been. This was all in the meeting and it was all recorded. The board recently went through the process of vetting some new PC members, and a question was asked by the clerk if one of the candidates would follow the law. That is an interesting question because the elected and appointed officials, as well as employees of Whitewater Township, all must follow the law. Actually, we all must follow the law. The ordinances that are in place are the law. We keep hearing that. So keep this in mind when you decide what you are going to do. I reflect upon what I learned over the last year. I feel that the zoning administrator made a huge mistake. There was no reason for the split to happen this way. That's been pointed out already, and I've pointed it out at several meetings. And yes, my comments fell on deaf ears. Our parcels were split after the fact, and there is no way that that particular parcel could not have been divided in a way that is in accordance with the township ordinances, which you are all keep pointing out are the law. What should happen, maybe I shouldn't say that, but you really should abide by the ordinances that were in place at the time this happened. I really am sorry there is a parcel that can't have a building on it, but that is what the ordinance requires. There is no documentation whatsoever from the original owner at the time of the division that provided a reason for this variance. There is no other decision this board and your legal counsel can come up with. That parcel of land will not be buildable. According to General Ordinance 26, there could be fines and imprisonment. Those of us that have brought this to the attention of the township have done nothing wrong. We've been called out, we've been called names. All we've done is ask that our elected officials represent the residents and ensure that the ordinances are being followed. You have no choice but to follow the ordinance and recognize that this parcel created in non-compliance with this ordinance shall not be eligible for any building permits or zoning approval, such as special land use or site plan approval, and shall not be recognized as a separate parcel in the assessment roll. Do the right thing, uphold the ordinances. Let's hold ourselves to a higher degree of integrity. You are all elected. We've been talked about time and time again about residents' right of their property. Our right is that you guys follow the ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Morning.
Morning.
I made copies so you don't have to take notes.
Thank you.
And we reference a bunch of stuff in there. Easy for you to go back.
Thank you, sir.
Frank Highmore, Bags Road. Let me start off by stating the code enforcement policy and procedures are clearly outlined in the Whitewater Township's Code Enforcement Policy and Procedures Manual, effective 1/2/2012. And I quote, "The mission of the code enforcement is to enhance Whitewater Township's livability by protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the township residents and visitors by assuring compliance with the township's zoning and general ordinances. The township will assure compliance both by encouraging voluntary compliance and by following progressive steps, including legal action for the ordinance violators. It goes on to talk about the purpose. The purpose of the Whitewater Township's Code Enforcement Policy and Procedures Manual, hereinafter called the manual, is to provide written guidelines for prioritization, investigation, enforcement, and prosecution of violators who do not comply. These written guidelines are intended to ensure consistency within the township's code enforcement program and to educate the township's citizens and property owners about code enforcement. So it was very educational to us. Zoning ordinance 1211, schedule of regulations effective 2017, states under A1, agriculture 1, which this property is, a 1:4 maximum width to depth ratio. General ordinance 26, which by the way was very difficult to come about and find, affirms this ratio, but goes on to identify the consequences and penalties for noncompliance. The zoning administrator and assessor's acceptance of the land division application by Morrison Orchards dated May 5th, 2020, and signed May 7th, was in violation of both the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance and general ordinance. The following are two excerpts from the March 2nd meeting. Everybody talks about them, but you can actually hear them. The first is a voice, you'll hear the voice of Bob Hall. Let me get it brought up here real quick.
And can I butt in here, Madam Chair?
Go for it, Bob. It's all
The master plan is a guide, the zoning ordinance is the law.
How many times have we heard that over the past year that we've been involved here? We've heard that numerous times. Well, the statement was part of a discussion of the differences between the township's master plan and the ordinance. The ordinance, the zoning ordinance is the law. In the second one here, you'll hear the voices of the zoning administrator, Bob Hall, and the PC chair, Kim Mangus.
And Bob, was there not something on the land division as well?
Oh, yes, let me bring that to everyone's attention. Thank you for reminding me. It was brought to my attention. I sometimes overlook this because you get state laws that say one thing and you get local regulations that say another thing. And all of you are probably more familiar with the parent parcel that property came from than I am, being part of Morrison's Orchards, if I'm not mistaken. The Land Division Act states that any parcel over 10 acres, and this is in section 109, is exempt from the 4:1 depth of width ratio. However, in our subdivision control ordinance, land division ordinance, we supersede that with the 4:1. So there was an error made back in 2020. And if anyone wants to point any fingers, they can point to the camera in the back of the room because that's where I am, made the decision. And it exceeds the 4:1 depth of width ratio. After a brief conversation with legal counsel, which you usually do in these, but because it was done 2 years ago and time has played a factor, and most of those parcels have already sold, and I know of at least one, if not two, have been issued land use permits to build on. You, I don't want to say let bygones be bygones, because that does not give the due credit to the action. It's basically a I forget the term now, it escapes me, I'm sorry, but I don't want to call it selective enforcement, but the township is going to make it right by not taking away the owner's rights, because the error was made by the township in allowing a parcel to be created that exceeded the land division ordinance requirements. I don't know if I explained that well enough, but I hope everyone understands.
Got about 30 seconds.
So that was just in full disclosure. There may have been other ways to do it, but the filing probably was not exactly the way it should be. If anybody has follow-up questions, call Bob. So, I don't do that very often.
The zoning administrator comments are correct to say that the local ordinance supersedes the state. An error was made in the division of the land, that the land is greater than 1:4 width to depth ratio, and that he was responsible for making that error. He goes on to say that he had conversations with legal, however, no documentation of this discussion exists. General Ordinance 26, Section 7 states that if the applicant demonstrates that there is exceptional topographical or physical conditions with respect to the parcel that is greater ratio than would be reasonable compatible with the surrounding lands, the applicant must demonstrate. Now, let me go right to the end. In conclusion, the township has ordinances. Those ordinances are there to protect the township's land and residents. In the zoning administrator's own word, the zoning ordinance is the law. 2 of the township laws have been broken. There are consequences for breaking the law. The consequence deems the land unbuildable. There are also penalties for breaking the law. It is considered a misdemeanor, which can have jail time and fines. It is imperative that the governing body comply with the ordinances that were put in place to protect the township land and its residents. Thanks.
Thank you for cutting it short.
I was gonna give him my time too.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Gary Van Solkema and represent the Beggs Partners for the site condominium project. So just a few things. Over time, as we watched, once we presented back in the day with Mansfield and Associates, what we were intending to do. We've heard different complaints come in about, we're going to have increased traffic, increased crime, increased trash. Of which I don't quite understand that when you allow the parcel to the south of us to be split up, parcels to the north of us to be split up. They've already increased their own traffic. I didn't see anything about where that was an issue with those parcels when you guys allowed those splits. And you allowed the splits according to what was allowed. On talking about Bob Hall, we've dealt with other townships in other parts of the state. He's extremely professional. I respect him and his professional abilities. He's interpreting the ordinances you have set. But you also have to know that a site condominium is a 45-year-old state law. And you can have the right to do that on your property, what we want to do. I hear a lot of concern from the neighbors about, our land, okay? But I don't quite understand when I drive by there, people to the south have done, some movement of the soils and stuff like that right along the wetlands. And of course, there's no silt fence, must be no soil erosion permits. Who's enforcing that? Where are the concerns for that? The neighbor to our north, they're building, they're within 500 feet of the wetlands, their property is. Who's enforcing the no, I see no silt fence there. I see no permitting there. Now, I understand where they want to maybe cut a corner, it saves them a few bucks. I get that. And I really don't care. We're not trying to come in and be a bad neighbor. 3 of us that are working on this project, we all intend to come up here and live. Not full time, because we're from Grand Rapids. But we're going to be concerned about the beauty of the project, trash, crime, traffic. But most of the traffic, you got to understand, is going south, not heading north, past the parcels to the north of us. But I don't quite understand why the board is allowing them to do their splits, according to your ordinances and everything else. But you're not giving us the same consideration. We are taxpayers. We are citizens of this community as well because of owning the land. So we expect you to represent us as much as you represent them. We see some of the neighbors may want to have horses or pigs or this or that up there, which is fine. I really don't care. But what have you done to what's going to be in your ordinance about taking care of any manure, water runoff, this type of thing? What are you doing to address those situations if that's going to happen? And I'm not here to try to cause problems for the neighbors. We want to be a good neighbor. We're not We haven't hired attorneys. We've waited out your moratorium. Which that moratorium, if you really look at it, wasn't done properly or according to law. The way you put the moratorium wasn't correct. We know that. Not a big deal. We waited through, okay? Then we know that also some parcels of the board have gone to your attorneys without coming to the board first on some of these complaints. So I really don't want to get into that. We want you to represent us and our property as much as you represent these folks and their concerns. But, people that are looking across that are on the south side of 72, I understand if it changes the look of the land a bit, but then one question I have for all the neighbors, why didn't you buy the property and do what you want with it? It was for sale for plenty of long time, but nobody stepped up and purchased it. Why did they split their properties? Some of the people that are adjacent. That was no concern to them to split and make some additional cash, which I have no problem with. That's their right. And they should have that right. And you should enforce their rights. But what they're trying to do now is, you might say, punish a Bob Hall, but Bob Hall's interpreting your ordinances, your laws, what it says. And then also the state law that allows site condominiums. So that's all I wanted to say, and I would expect that you would represent us as taxpayers as much as them. Because there's a lot of things that they're in violation of over there. And why do you not enforce those things? Or do you just enforce things that you think you ought to? And then turn a blind eye to the others? Do you agree with, having silt fences and having the correct permits pulled when you're within 500 feet of wetlands, or you don't care about the wetlands? Seems to me I'll hear about all this care about property. But then I see no silt fences for runoff. So it's kind of I look at it as, what are you talking about? What's this board doing? Why don't you enforce it? Do you have a good answer for that? That's a question. Do you have a good answer for that, sir?
Sure. So public comment,
Okay.
we receive and
Okay.
not answer.
Okay. Well, don't
Okay.
answer then, but I'm just asking the question. So I'll leave
It
that question
could-
with you.
It could come up in board conversation later
Okay.
on.
Well,
And that's a longstanding board rule.
Okay.
Not to get too far off of our agenda
Okay.
and
That's
potentially
fine.
create
Just bring it
issues
up.
there.
So,
But I've made some good notes.
okay, so those would be, some of the concerns we have. But I really don't care about personally, I really don't care if they have a silt fence or not. But if you want everything enforced one way, then enforce the others. Okay, let's not have it two different ways. And give us the same consideration as taxpayers, property owners, that you did to them when they made their splits. You allowed all their splits according to law. We'll allow ours as well. And this guy right here has done his job properly as much as anybody in this township that I've dealt with. That's all I'm gonna say. Thanks for the time.
Anyone else here in the township hall? So for those of us out in Zoom land, if we could use the raise your hand function, if you would like to say something. Thank you. I see Hazel Haskell. Good morning, Hazel.
Hi, actually, somehow it has my daughter's name on there, but my name's Amy Haskell. My family owns the lot next door to the proposed condo site. We are building our dream home. One second, sorry. Sending our children to Elk Rapids schools. And with only a few short months away from move-in, we're enthusiastically ready to become part of the community. The last 11 months have been truly scary from our perspective. We came to our first planning meeting knowing that we needed to learn more about the planning process. While we don't consider ourselves strangers to processes and the journey it can take to accomplish things through them, this is a new township to us and the subject matter is new to us. Our sense has been to remain in a listening mode and to take the time needed to truly understand the different perspectives that make up our new home. We learned that the area is under tremendous pressure to add more housing. We learned that without question, any tax revenue earned through more builds would be beneficial. We learned that there are many folks associated with the planning committee and the board who have a vested interest in helping guide the area towards policies, laws that can allow for that economic gain. We also learned that there is an impatience that is present in the planning process and that the needed nuance and attention to pursuing these worthy objectives in a quality way is largely missing. Through the process, we feel like the community was lectured about following laws, only to find that the laws are unclear at best or were broken at worst. I'll close with our feeling that our new home is deserving of excellence, and with the idea that it is never too late to take a step back from what has happened to date and recommit ourselves as a group to acting with character and integrity, to commit ourselves to being careful, planful, and thoughtful about our shared community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. And Brian, good morning. I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Want to wish everybody a happy new year. Tuned in today. I am Brian Kelly from Acme Township, and I'm tuned in today to learn about this situation and what has transpired. A lot of the things that happen in Whitewater and Acme are similar and common. And I hear a lot of people were brought to township meetings because of this incident, property owners, and that's often how it goes, isn't it? Hearing the audio from that older meeting was very interesting. And for me, it defies belief that this was something that slipped the zoning administrator's mind. It was obviously very much on his mind, and he had a very coherent comment there about it. I have to wonder, as a bystander, how he could consult with the township attorney on this, come to conclusions on the law, letting it go, but not engage the township board on it. I don't know how that ever happened, how 2 years passed and this concern wasn't raised. If there was a belief that the township law conflicted with state law, et cetera, all of those determinations and risks and liabilities, that's a board level thing. So it's a very curious and unfortunate situation, and be interesting to follow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutnick, good morning.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
Can you hear
Ron.
us?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Thanks, Ron. And I appreciate you guys having this meeting, but I'm sad that we're having to have it. Just add a little, just to kind of break up a little bit of the tension. There's an old song that I think many of the people in this room have heard in the past, and I just wanted to maybe share a little bit with you.
I can't even hear it.
And I just wanted to share that real quick, just because there's a lot of things on that says you don't know what you got till it's gone. And I think that's really what's happening here right now. And I feel like I don't want to sound like I'm repeating everything that's been said, but I really appreciate what Vicky and Connie and Karen have said, and I agree and appreciate and support what they've said there. Our country is based on laws that are founded on the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The Constitution starts off with a very clear statement that says, "We the people." And the laws that we have are all there to support the will of the people. And like in Whitewater Township, we have what I would call our Constitution, which is supposed to be the master plan. And it should start off by saying, "We the people of Whitewater Township," because it is the will of the people of Whitewater Township saying that this is what we want from our community. And the ordinances, as everybody has said, is there to reinforce and are the laws of the Whitewater Township master plan. I've had my property here for about 18 years now, and I've been going to the PC and the board meetings now for over 6 years, and have been a little bit frustrated on the progress that they've been making, but I do appreciate that they're trying to do this. But if you look back at the past 4 or 5 master plans that have been written, and it goes back into the 1990s, it becomes extremely clear that at every one of these master plans, it says that the people want to live in a rural community. And although I appreciate what the gentleman before said about, the development, and he's a developer and so forth, but we all know that he's not a resident here right now. He bought here to build and to take his money and to move back to Grand Rapids, and doesn't really care about our community. And I think that's obvious. That's my opinion on this. And then Cheryl has said this many, many times, that we need to stop having people come in here and run our community and do things in our community and then just turn around and run away. And I feel that's what's happening right now. He doesn't care about the community and the will of the people. And I just wish we'd spend a little bit more time working on the master plan and adhering to the ordinances. And maybe if something was done wrong in the past, doesn't mean that it can continue to be done wrong. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning. I just have a very short comment here because I don't want to be repetitive based on what other people have said. I would say accountability, transparency, and timeliness. This has been going on for about 10 months, and it seems to me that this could have been handled in a more expedient fashion for everybody involved. And I echo that the law needs to be followed, and that is the fair way for everybody, is conformance to the law. So I would just ask that, it's been 10 months, wrangling this around. I think it's time to try and move through this process, do your fact finding, and make the decision, please.
Thank you. I see no other hands up out in Zoom land. So we will move then to the agenda. Business item number 1. Thoughts or comments?
Well, I have a number of comments. First comment is I don't understand why $1,100 has already been spent at the attorney's office. And this is the first time the board has had to discuss this complaint. Many of us didn't know anything about this complaint until recently, and it was apparently dated 8/29. This complaint should have been brought to the attention of the board. And was not. It's been hidden from the board. I'm very concerned about that. And like I say, spending already $1,100 at the attorney's office when the board, this is their first chance to discuss this complaint. I don't understand why actually this complaint is being given the attention that it is. I did some research and on these parcels here. And parcel B, the one that the Baggs partners now own, it was first sold from Morrison Orchards to John DeBono on May 18th of 2020. So this is before Connie Highmore bought her property. She bought her property on May 20th of 21. Vicky Beam bought 3 parcels, D, E, and F, on June 4th of 21. Vicky Beam bought an additional parcel, parcel I on July 16th of 21. Apparently, none of them were aware at the time they bought their parcels that it's a 1 acre minimum lot size in that zoning district. And so any of those parcels can be developed into minimum 1 acre lot sizes. So the fact that they bought property and apparently didn't research the zoning ordinance ahead of time to find out what was allowed in that district does not now give them the right to complain that someone has come in and on another parcel, they want to split it in 1+ acre lot sizes, which, as Gary noted, is going to keep the traffic that goes in and out of those homes is very close to M72. It does not go by the Haskell property. It does not go by the Highmore property, and it does not go by the Beam property on a regular basis. People aren't going to be going that way to work if people work in and out of there. I've said in the past that the owners of this property need to be given just as much consideration as these other owners who come in here. They are a property owner here. In fact, John DeBono sold the property to Derek Van Solkema on January 14th of 22. And then not even a month later, it was quit claim deeded to Baggs Partners. And they're the ones who are bringing forward the development project. So, and I think a lot of people are under the mistaken impression that they have a right to the view across someone else's property, and they don't. So while, people can say, oh, I bought a 10 acre piece and I'm going to only put one house on my piece. Well, that's great. You can do that. But you can't prevent somebody else from putting more houses than that on their parcel. And that's in the zoning ordinance. As far as this width to depth ratio thing, I do understand that Bob made the comments that he did. However, I also know that he retracted those comments after he made them while on a Zoom call and didn't have the file in front of him. And after he was able to look at the file, that refreshed his memory about why this parcel does deviate from the 1:4 width to depth ratio, and properly so. So I don't really understand why we are spending all this time on this. I don't think Connie Highmore has any kind of standing at all to challenge the width to depth ratio on parcel B. Also, we clearly cannot make parcel B unbuildable. That property was already sold back in May of 2020 as a buildable lot. The price paid at that time was $165,000. So it is a buildable lot. It cannot now be made an unbuildable lot. Were the board to attempt to do that, I'm sure there would be a lawsuit coming in the door. Also, Connie Highmore has a right, if she wants, if she believes strongly in her position, to get her own lawyer and have that lawyer contact the township and even go so far as to file a court case against the township, where then our attorney will be representing and defending what was done in this land division. So I just don't see they bought their property later then this parcel B was first sold. And they should have known that it could be split, that anywhere in this area, it could be, these parcels can be split into minimum 1 acre lot sizes. I'm not quite finished yet. I'll try to move it along here. Also, this notion that the zoning administrator is going to be charged with a misdemeanor because he did something wrong. I'm sorry, that's just laughable. We're not going to charge the zoning administrator with a misdemeanor. That's not an appropriate use of the penalty provision in the zoning ordinance. And this township will never have another zoning administrator if it pulls a stunt like that. Okay, let me see what else I have here. I have some notes. So I don't know, I kind of feel like what's been going on here is that you, Ron, have been accessing the attorney on behalf of the Highmores, and that's inappropriate. The township attorney is not here to defend, make some kind of, be a party to helping the Highmores prosecute a complaint against the township. The township attorney defends the township. So if they want to prosecute something against the township, they should get a lawyer and do so. They do not have access to the township attorney. I do wonder about this complaint and all the insertions by the supervisor of things in here. I guess we should have been given a copy of the original complaint. We haven't been given that. I just don't think that you take a complaint and that's part of my reasoning for stating that it looks like the supervisor is trying to help the Highmores at the attorney's office with his insertions of things in their complaint. That document should not have been altered from its original state. Certainly the supervisor can state what he wants to state in a different document. And again, I repeat that the Highmores bought their 9.5 acre parcel on May 20th of 21 directly from Morrison, and apparently didn't have any problem with the way any of the parcels were split on the survey until they found out someone was proposing to put higher density houses on one of the parcels in the same survey as theirs. Now supposedly it's against the law and someone has to be held accountable. Like I said, they don't have any right to the view across property they don't own. The whole let's keep, Whitewater Township rural is echoed in many townships across the state. But, what is rural? Everybody has a different definition of rural. So rural doesn't mean that you buy a 10-acre piece and all the other pieces around you have to remain undeveloped or only one house on 10 acres or something like that. That's not what the law is. Let's see. So I said, I think that their remedy, if they want to pursue this, is in a court of law, not with the township board. I don't believe the township board has any authority to overturn this land division. I would question that. Before the board attempted to do that, I think we need some advice from the attorney because I don't believe we have that right to make that administrative decision. And the township board, in my opinion, has a duty to support and defend the zoning administrator, not attempt to assist in the prosecution of a zoning administrator for someone's after the fact complaint. Let's see if I've got anything else here. Okay, and another thing about this non-buildable. They want the property declared non-buildable. Well, if the property was non-buildable, the property should have never been on the tax roll. So significant taxes have been paid on that property by multiple owners. And if you declare that property unbuildable, then the township would of course have to return all of those tax monies because it wasn't supposed to be on the tax roll, on the assessment roll, okay? And also, what kind of damages are the property owners, are the people who do have it going to have against the township? They will have significant damages. The second sale of the property was for $250,000. So we know the value of that property has been increasing exponentially. And so there would be significant damages owed to the current owners if the township were to declare that parcel unbuildable. See if I have any other points here. For the moment, I don't believe I have any other comments.
The comment I have is, I feel it would have been beneficial if we had the time to talk to the attorney in closed session, because I have questions on his legal opinion that I can't ask because it's a legal opinion and it's deemed confidential. So.
Can you rephrase your question in a certain way?
No,
Okay.
I really can't, Ron, because what I would like to talk to the attorney about, me, I'm a pretty straightforward person. Ask the get down to the point question, and I can't do that here. So I'm disappointed in that.
Well, he is probably still available for another 5 minutes, but that.
5 minutes doesn't help.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Or
isn't gonna help.
it takes us longer than
Right.
5 minutes to close and go into closed session.
Right. Heidi?
I'm good. I don't have any questions. I've done a lot of homework. I would like to talk to the attorney sooner or later.
So
I
you
have
feel like we
same-
need a closed session too, so that we can get our questions answered.
At least to know what kind of direction to go in.
Well,
That's questions.
that's really what the attorney's asking, right? If you take a close look, he's asking for board direction, because I didn't want to take it any further.
But I have questions on, if, for an example, if we go this route, what's the ramifications? What can we expect? We go this route, what can we expect?
Well,
His
maybe if-
honest legal opinion on it. That's what I want.
Well, then maybe
Because
we
either
direct
way,
them.
I don't see us coming out of this without going to court in some way.
Well, why don't we
We're
just
getting
ask
sued in
him,
some way.
why don't we give him direction to now give us his opinions, where before, or legal court cases, whatever, we haven't directed the attorney to do anything. So if we direct him,
Well,
could he
in the best,
answer?
you and I have to look at not only the best interest of the taxpayers, but of what we do out of this board, what decisions we make. So we have that level of protection. We got a double layer of protection.
I understand
And in
that, but
order
we
to be
also
able to
haven't
know how-
directed him to do anything. So do
Well,
we
that's why
direct
you
him
go
and
to
then move forward?
closed session and ask the questions you need, so that then you can direct them how the board decides they want to go forward, correct? Isn't that the way it normally works? I have a couple of things. I went through and I made all the dates, and I have all my notes on this, and I've talked to Bob, I've read planning commission meeting minutes. Got to listen to some of it firsthand. And then I listened to Cheryl. Cheryl, you give a lot of good dates and dates of orders, how things happen. I was on the ZBA for 12 years. And any decision that the zoning administrator made that came into question, somebody's questioning, if they made a proper decision or not, went to the ZBA for a ruling. This didn't happen. You have a certain number of days to file a complaint about a decision that's been made by the zoning administrator. That also didn't happen here. It's very much well beyond the time of complaint that is, you're allowed. So I have a problem with those two things. And the complaint should have been filed at the time of or shortly after, within the time constraints given for complaints, or at the very least, when it was discovered, but that didn't happen. If it got discovered in March, why did it take to April to file a formal complaint? August, I'm sorry, I said April, August to file a formal complaint. These are just the dates I was going back through and finding and putting in chronological order. To me, that doesn't make sense. And I don't want to say this out loud, but I'm going to say it because I feel like this was discovered and they thought, well, this is one more way to stop this development. This is our last Hail Mary here before a lawsuit. I have a right to follow numbers and letters and come to my own conclusions on this stuff. And I don't want to come to that conclusion, but I don't think the same level of concern about this parcel would be being met if there was a single home being built on it. I don't think nobody would be saying anything about the depth to width weight ratio. And I know, being on the ZBA, we've dealt with depth to width ratios in the past. So I know that that's the proper way that should have went. It should have went to the ZBA to look at it, because that is our next level before it goes to court. And I think we're sidestepping that. I think we should allow our ZBA people to actually look at it. And in order for that to happen, it has to be requested and has to be requested by the complainant. They have to pay the fee. And I'm sure it'd be well worth it to them to do that, to be able to have these people that haven't been looking at it and hearing it forever, take an unobjective look at it and say either they're right or they're wrong, and then it can take a next step from there. These are kind of some of the questions I had for the attorney besides the other. I don't understand why we have skipped our process. And I think we need to get back on track and follow the process. And that's all I have. I don't want to shortchange the Haymores or anybody else that has the same feelings about the Bags Road project, because I think they're more concerned about that than they really are the depth to width. The depth to width is just an ends mean. And I know it's not going to be popular me saying that, but it is what it looks like. That's all I got, Ron.
That was much more than what I anticipated.
Bye.
No, you're good. Don?
Thank you. And Ardell, you said an important word about process. I have taken an approach on this issue to be very pragmatic and to take emotion, names, people, and motivations out of my thought process. I've tried to go back, and I've certainly read all the material for today. I've researched the other documents that are connected in reference to that. And I started back at the genesis of the issue, which was a land split was brought forth to the ZA. And for reasons that I'm not clear on, the land split was granted outside of our ordinance is what it would appear. Now, I would have thought, looking at that process for a land split, that there may have been a checks and balance, some internal control. It would seem to me that a land split that falls within the box of the ordinance seems to be a simple sign off, provided all the documents are there. Goes to the treasurer, make sure the taxes are cleared out, and then heads over to the assessors, our assessor. And I'm a little unclear on that role there in terms of, I don't see anything in there that's necessarily a checks or balance. I do question out loud that if there is a land division that does not fit neatly within the ordinance, why that land ordinance may not have been kicked to the PC to have a further discussion and public discussion on that. But that is well in the rearview mirror and something we probably should talk about later. So the land split was done, and admittedly now by the ZA that a mistake was made. And at this point, it's like, how do you unring a bell? So we have a land split that was done outside what the ordinance specified. I haven't seen in any of the documents presented to me or any of the documents I've read or found that indicate that there were any, and for lack of a better term, the township used facts of finding as to what justification there was to that. And maybe there isn't. That would have been helpful if there were notes as to why that split was proceeded as it was. Well, it was issued. The property owner sold off what I guess we can reference as parcel B. And subsequently, that parcel was sold again. And now you have some distancing in this event. And so it's without, and I'm certainly not of a legal mind, the common sense questions to me say, how do you go back and unring two transactions? It seems like there had, if this were an issue where we're still dealing with the original land split, I think that poses a set of problems, a different set of problems, certainly not an easy solution, but it's compounded by the fact that we are now have one more transaction further. I don't necessarily, there's a lot of rhetoric going around about the other parcels that were split and the people in there and their motivation. And again, I've ignored that noise because I'm focusing in on the parcel, the original split, the sale, and the subsequent reason we're here today as to a complaint being issued that the lot should have been deemed unbuildable at the genesis of this. I don't necessarily agree, but I could certainly be wrong with Clerk Goss's assessment that the site is deemed unbuildable. It doesn't fall off the tax roll, because at that point the person is acknowledging that split is unbuildable and chooses for whatever reason to use that property. But that's neither here nor there at this moment. I too feel like Ardella, that I have some other questions that I don't feel comfortable airing here, because I think that they're more legal questions that I would like to ask in terms of process and any other case laws or things along those lines that I think it's going to be a lengthy discussion. So you fast forward in my mind, I look and I say, understanding the genesis, but what are the alternative solutions? Is there, in what world can you say there's no solution? I guess maybe this is it. I don't know. Is there options? And if there are options, to Cheryl and Ardella's point, options for this township may be the lesser of some evils. I don't know. I don't understand how this can be just swept away. And I'm not suggesting that it be swept away. It's a complex issue. It does not help, how it was brought to light at the March 2nd, 2022 meeting. However, it's the hand we're dealt with now. And I think from start to finish, once this is all over, I think we should be taking a hard look at our process of how we checks and balances, internal controls on land splits. So, but I can't offer up a solution at this point because I still have too many questions of the legal nature. Thank you for that opportunity to speak.
Well, to address several items here. First of all, we heard some public comment about other construction that is happening currently. My phone started ringing last Friday, wanting to have access to permits that might be available. And so, Bob, I haven't got that email off to you yet, but apparently there's a lot of activity there. And the person that made the call to me had already been to county equalization, soil erosion, and Grand Traverse County construction. And so thank you for bringing that to our attention as well. We appreciate it, Gary. Equal representation between the parties. This is certainly all about that. I have no want to represent one person over another or one group of people over another. And selective enforcement should be eradicated in the township, no matter what. That's all there is to it. Cheryl, and to the board, this is a complaint that we've never received before that I'm aware of. And so I followed the process in our code enforcement policy. And so that's how the process moved forward. Okay. It didn't go to Bob in this case because the complaint was really kind of about something that he decided on. I totally support your idea, Ardella, that a variation from an ordinance should have more than one person involved in its decision. And I like the fact that ZBA was brought up because they do deal with most of our zoning, all of our zoning ordinance variations. So I think maybe some policy changes there. Traffic is a concern at Baggs Road, just like it is on Cook Road. Anybody turning left, headed east, turning left, takes their life in their own hands because the passing lane ends right there at those intersections. And it's
already that way. Is what you're saying.
It's already that way.
That's right.
Yeah. But when considering development, which should all be on our minds, we need to figure out with MDOT, in this particular case, M72, how to correct those known issues.
But correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be. That is all in the site plan review process where the planning commission is the one that goes through and says, you need a traffic study.
Without a doubt. And
Okay.
and as all I'm saying is that traffic is a concern for anybody who lives on those roads in those particular areas because of the passing lane. If the passing lane wasn't there, it would be just like Bates Road is on M72.
Bad.
Not as, and Bates Road is bad.
And
Yes,
it
it
is
is. And it's bad. So that's enough on traffic. We heard that the variation or variance is correct. I don't support that. I believe that one of the first requirements of the variation of the land division is that a public hearing be held. No public hearing was held. I think that goes a long way to your findings of fact notion, Don. And I believe the Highmore the number of Highmore FOIA requests was in search of that findings of fact or some documentation of why a variance is needed. We heard that, or I have heard that the variation was given in concerns of the wetland. But really, if you take a look at this drawing, the wetland is at the bottom of the orange, if I'm correct. If you kind of make a better rectangle out of the orange, you move away from the wetland area. So the fact that wetlands gets brought in to somehow support the variance, I'm not a huge supporter of that. We've also heard the term split used several times. I won't go into a full dissertation about land split, but the Land Division Act is a form of development control. And if you own a parcel of land less than 10 acres, you've got 4 splits that you can make on that property within 10 years.
Yep.
Our particular zoning ordinance doesn't talk about site condominiums until page 222. To your point, Cheryl, maybe somebody didn't read the entire zoning ordinance. So the fact that you could have this different form of state allowed ownership as known as a site condominium, and you could develop that 10-acre piece into 10 lots in a matter of months. That is not on the average property owner's mind. It just isn't. How many splits did I get with my 10 acres? Oh, I got 4. Well, we now know that that's state maximum, but this site condominium ordinance or allowance allows you to actually put 10 homes where you thought only 4 would go. And so that could be an unintended consequence, which hopefully the Planning Commission can address for those people who will become more familiar with the zoning ordinance. Okay, so the novice person, they should be able to access that information readily. And as far as assertions that I'm acting on behalf of the Highmores, I take offense to that. And if there's any prosecution that comes from this, that could be the statement that does it, quite frankly. I've shared nothing with the Highmores. This is and has been a potential legal concern for the township. Because Ardella, as you properly indicated, no matter what we decide, we're in trouble. Right?
But what level? Is what we're looking at here.
And so it's risk management.
And
Exactly.
that's why I wanted to talk with the attorney.
And that is why the attorney was contacted when I did. It was all risk management. Number one, we have a private contractor working for us that may or may not have made an honest mistake. how do we protect his reputation moving forward? I've made mistakes. Anyone here that hasn't? And so using the attorney, I could communicate with Bob in a privileged manner. And that's how the board found all of the information out, was from the attorney through a privileged manner. And that was all designed to provide protection for the township as well as our contractor.
So pretty much we need to decide where to go from here.
And if you would read paragraph 1 or I'm sorry, if you would refer to paragraph 1, I apologize. I did not mean to say you didn't read what the attorney wrote. That's really what they're looking for here. If I may paraphrase, Don has said, how do you unring a bell? I don't know of a way to do that. So my last comment is that we do have a duty to support the zoning ordinance and our decisions. I totally agree with that. And I lied. Last point is yours, Della. According to our ordinance 26 on land division, independent of what version we want to use, that's a completely other issue. There's 3 versions. Two competing versions, let's put it that way. We have not skipped the process as far as the board. And really the only thing that I can see that we missed was the requirement for the public hearing if we use one of the versions. It has the public hearing in it. Version 3 has the public hearing in it. I don't believe version 2 does. And so lots of process issues about when we onboarded an independent contractor, the information we gave them, so on and so forth. For me, unfortunately, I can make a decision on this today because I believe that we did make a mistake, and I don't think we can unring a bell. Site condominiums are a use in that district, unfortunately. And so I don't really feel comfortable at this point holding up any development. And from the phone calls I get, another piece is currently actively being developed with potentially without permits. And so we've got a lot of work as a community if we want to protect and define the rural character. But at this stage of the game, after the property has been sold twice, not counting I guess counting the first initial sale from Morrison to whomever, I don't know how we go back that far.
Don stated it well when he said that this property has been sold multiple times. How do you, I mean, if it had been the first time, when it was split, you might feel more comfortable going back and saying, hey, we got an issue here. But this is so far down the road of the initial split, of the initial sale. Don's analogy of how do you unring a bell is truthful. And I will say this, I'll have to go back and look again, but the reason I based my conclusions about going to the ZBA is based off on what happened out by Island Lake, that parcel out there. Zoning administrator made a ruling that horse shows by the bay could go on that parcel.
Mhm.
And that was a zoning administrator decision, based it off what his interpretation of our legal uses of that property would be. And the landowners disagreed. So they filed a complaint against his decision and it went to the ZBA. You remember, it was a big thing over at the school.
Mhm.
And the ZBA made the decision on whether or not his interpretation of that guidance, and it was very vague, which it often is. And we've talked about this in the past. The laws can be very vague and left up to interpretation. Well, I'm seeing that in some of our ordinances too. And I don't know how you account for every situation in every scenario when you're writing ordinances. I just don't know how you can possibly logically be able to do that. You can get a lot of them, you can get the most of them, but there's always going to be an interpretation that you give your zoning administrator the leeway to make within what you've got. I mean, that's how it works. And you're right, Ron, nobody's perfect. People make mistakes.
Yeah, and looking at this original time frame, which was early 2020, I don't think the independent contractor had been brought on board much before that time. And so it's an easy miss. And with multiple land division ordinances out there, I can see where we, if the public hearing had been held, then most of your concerns would have been addressed. The other address about timeliness of a complaint for the neighbors, they would have had to be noticed. Right?
Well, did most of them even own property yet at that point?
Well, maybe not.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
you know,
I
going down through.
Totally understand. Yeah, it wasn't in my backyard at that point, right?
Right,
I get
right.
that. And so, you know, there's a lot of what ifs here. And
But to
as
penalize a
Bob
current
has said
owner.
publicly several times, this matter does blend between police power and zoning ordinances, right?
Yeah.
Because both are involved. And he brings up a valid point. They need to be treated differently. And that might be why the ZBA
Didn't get
can't
involved.
really help us on this. I mean, I just, and this is not the first, I will say this is not the first zoning administrator mistake that has been brought to the board's attention. Denny Habedank brought one to our attention made by his predecessor down here on Old 72. And so a building was allowed to go in where it shouldn't have. And we didn't get to this point, in part because
Happens in every township.
probably
100%.
happens in every township, yep. In part because we didn't get a complaint, a written complaint on that particular mistake. So.
Depth to width ratios have been viewed by the ZBA. We have had cases on that. And for different reasons, they've been approved or disapproved. So, I mean, it depends on the circumstance. The one that we had, if I'm remembering right, on Moore Road, which was for that private campground, they had difficulties, the depth of width because the property was narrow up by the road, wider out. And they needed this variance in order to even put a driveway in. So, you know, there's topographical difficulties and hardships that were related to that one. And I know there was one other one, but I can't put my finger on it at this point. But there are exceptions to depth to width, is what my point is. Now, maybe this landowner needs to go through the process of getting the variance for the depth to width. The most current property owner to get the variance. Maybe that process has to still happen. I mean, you can't unring the bell. You can't.
Well, and if I can just chime in on that, So if somebody, it's being alleged here that only one of multiple parcels in this, on this survey, because there's multiple parcels.
There's two on the survey.
On this one, but the one in the
No,
packet.
but,
there's
but
one.
this doesn't show D, E, F. The one in the packet does. When the land division was created, B, D, E, F.
Well, it's
I-
done for profit.
Right,
No
well-
doubt about it.
Well, yeah, well, it was done because people, it's no longer gonna be farmed as an orchard and they want to sell off the property and get their,
Maximum number of lots.
well, you bet, yeah, I mean,
Yep.
they could have divided it
retirement.
that, probably, I don't know. But anyways, I'm just saying, everybody wants to focus in and say, oh, parcel B doesn't meet the width to depth ratio. If parcel B doesn't meet the width to depth ratio, then none of the parcels that were divvied up should have been divided as they were. And the
They all
only-
comply.
no, I'm saying, well, what you would do then, I'm alleging that what a court could do is they could go back and they could take the totality of the parcel as it was before it was split into B, D, E, F, or whatever all the numbers or letters are. And they could say, well, they could make parcel B fit the width 1:4 width to depth ratio by reconfiguring the other parcels in there. So do we want to go down that road where all those other parcels are also going to get reconfigured because they're going to lose property?
I don't think a taking would happen here.
Well, no, I'm just saying, no, I'm not talking about a taking. I'm talking about, you talk about not being able to unring the bell. And I'm saying if somebody wants to make B become a 1:4 width to depth, so it's not outside of, and I believe that it is, I believe that the land division was done correctly. And I'm gonna stand behind the zoning administrator and the assessor on that. And I do believe that there was a good reason to deviate from the 1:4 width to depth ratio. And so I support the land division, and that's gonna be my the way I'm asked to decide on this. If we even have the authority to do that. That will be what I will support. But I'm just saying, if you took pre-split, the land division that happened, and you took the same exact large parcel, you could have split this differently so that none of them exceeded the 1:4 width to
That's
depth
exactly the
ratio.
point of the complaint.
Exactly.
That's exactly the point of the complaint.
But in order, and excuse me if I could be allowed to finish. In order to do that, you're gonna have to reconfigure all of the parcels in the split. You would have to make parcel B wider so that it's not more than 1:4 width to depth. That's how you could cure, but that would require that the other parcels would lose some property. I'm just saying that a court could do that.
Or a court could enforce our ordinance that says that parcel that's non-compliant becomes not buildable.
Yep.
A court could enforce that because it is in our ordinance and that's what it states. Now,
They're gonna take into account that we
Well,
need from the state.
well, I agree. I
And,
agree.
and
They're
they're
gonna
gonna uphold the current landowner's right to build.
That's
Yeah, and I agree with that.
That's a common sense.
I agree with what you said.
Yeah.
Yep, the
Because
mistake
they-
is on our shoulders.
They are not going to penalize a current owner that
Right.
is twice removed from the original sale.
Right. I totally am behind that statement.
So is there any reason to belabor this? I mean, what is the outcome of, what's the outcome here? What action are we gonna take?
Well,
or, you know,
In Chris's writings, he kind of wants to know whether or not he should get off base and continue with his legal investigation. But I just come down to the fact that we made a mistake. We need to correct how
Going forward.
going forward, there has to be some oversight. There has to be somehow, I don't know what that looks like yet. But and again, it's not that we are without mistake. But if we have two sets of eyes or three sets of eyes, and I've actually been asked this question. How did you, as the treasurer, and I don't even know if
That's
you
not
are
my-
Della.
I don't do that. My
And
job
that's-
in this process is to check the tax
But in my mind, there's three people looking at this request, right?
in different
Okay, all right.
capacities.
But I'm employed here. And I'm thinking, there's three people. How did it get by three people? And then it dawned on me. Those three people each have their own task.
That's
And
right.
they're staying in their lane. So there isn't a double check of this. There just isn't.
well, and when people come in here, and this is a little different than what Don said. When people come in here, land divisions, requests for land divisions start with Dawn. Okay, and that's where people are directed, is to Dawn Coons, because she's the assessor and she's the one that is making sure that her role, as you say, her capacity is to make sure that the split complies with the Land Division Act. Bob's,
But the land
Bob?
division says 1 to 4.
Yes, it does.
and it says that you can vary from 1 to 4
Yep,
also.
I'm right
So-
there.
Right, okay, so it does say that, and that's what was done in this case. You can argue whether you think that was the variance was correct or not, but the zoning administrator is allowed to vary from the 1 to 4 width to depth ratio, okay? And so then you have the zoning administrator whose role is to make sure that the land division comports with the zoning ordinance. And then you have Della's signature or the treasurer's office signature to make sure that whatever taxes need to be paid on the parcel are paid. So they all have different roles.
There's, the county has also added layers of protection. You have to now get a report from the county that.
Only on the tax
previous-
side.
Yeah, only on the.
Only on the
Well, you also have to go to the Grand Traverse County, North Florida Land Division to be approved, and they have to say that it is. Yeah, even me, when I split my little piece of property, part of the process is you gotta have something from the Grand Traverse County Road Commission. Did I not say road
You
commission?
didn't say road commission.
Sorry. So they've added extra layers for protection, so properties aren't split illegally.
Then why are we dealing with Lossy Road?
Yep. End of conversation.
Well, that also, this is fairly new too.
Different.
Yeah, but this is fairly new process within what, last 2 years?
So I
Something like
will
that?
agree that the zoning administrator does have the authority to issue variances on this particular decision. However, I will not capitulate that the ZA is allowed to vary from our ordinance. And there's a big difference. There is a list of items that need to be complied with to grant an ordinance. And this is where we fell down as a board in our internal controls to double check that those findings of fact or that all of the provisions in our existing ordinance have been complied with. And like I say, the first one is our ordinance requires a public hearing. And so if you can prove to me that a public hearing was held, I'll reverse my thought that we followed our ordinance. But you can't prove that. So, and again, I think this is a mistake.
And where would that be held? At
Okay.
the ZBA?
No,
So,
no,
Can't go back.
just like any other public hearing.
I'm sure there's
that-
been other variances to width to depth ratio in the 10 years that I've been here, and none of them have ever gone to public hearing.
So then none of them have followed the law, Cheryl.
Well,
so I think, Ron, maybe taking a look at the whole process is something that is a very good idea.
Yep.
It doesn't have to happen today, but it does have to happen. So where are we at this point with the Haymore complaint? How is this board going to move forward? What are we doing now? Are we making a motion to not act on it? Are we making a motion that, is somebody going to make a motion one way or the other? And are we going to list our reasons such as they do with the finding of fact? Why we're making the motion one way or another? What are we doing here?
Before we get that, Ardell, if I could just jump in, because I think this is to the decision. You know, again, looking at this pragmatically and trying to look at it from a common sense approach. I think that there is, the mistake was made. The mistake was made, and that finding of fact, if you will. I don't think it's incumbent on this board, and man, I shouldn't say the board, at least I don't see a clear path as to why we would continue to add another mistake on top of another mistake and another mistake. And what I mean by that is the property was split erroneously. There was no challenge to it at that time. Subsequently, you had a sale of that parcel B. Again, no challenge to that. So where do you, there's certainly no penalty for the original split. The person that bought package B, parcel B, is once removed and got clear title, no reason, there was nothing there to indicate. So they have they're innocent, for lack of a better term in this. We sell it a third time, and that person gets it with a title with no deed restrictions and buys it on the earnest that it could be developed pending the normal development. Albeit that the Highmore complaint is factually bringing those mistakes to light. The core issue is the township made the mistake, and how do you, the people beyond that, I don't feel should have any restrictions put upon them for something that they didn't create, and openly and honestly, the process kept going along as if there were no problems. And I don't know how you, it's just, so if you decide that you're going to do something to restrict the first person of the parcel B that purchased it, the second person that purchased B after the fact, the notion that there would be a redevelopment of the space, highly unlikely in my mind, but could happen. It just seems that we're compounding this problem rather than trying to just solve it and the chips fall where they may.
Don't you think we should first direct the attorney to at least
I said that as that's my just my common sense thinking about this. So,
Because we haven't even directed him yet to do,
so
from what I've read, to do much of anything other than give an opinion.
The only reason I used the attorney was to strictly have some type of protection level for, folks moving forward and being able to, protect their identity, I'll say, for lack of better term.
Okay,
So,
maybe we should at least direct the attorney to start the ball rolling and get us back some factual information, maybe court cases, maybe. Got to start somewhere. We made a mistake. Yep, we'll take ownership. Now we got to figure out what our next options are. Because if you read this green book, there's a process and all those things didn't get done.
which book is that, Heidi?
This is the Township Guide to Planning and Zoning.
Thank you.
I'm reading the land division. Page starts in 208. I've done so much homework on this, but my attorney needs to tell me where I'm going with this next.
I don't necessarily share that sentiment. Honestly, I mean, I hate to say it, but the development process is clearly allowed by the state law. Our zoning ordinance allows it. Yep, a mistake was made. But I don't see how we can hold the current, if we did. Okay, let's just think about this for a minute. Maybe what we do as a township, we agreed to purchase whatever land and create it as unbuildable. That's an option, right? Is there any stomach to do that?
No. And the reason why is because we're using the whole of the township's taxpayers' money to do that.
Well, I get that, but
To
this
satisfy
board
a
made,
complaint.
this board is responsible for the mistake.
Okay,
But
But
you're
here-
also assuming that the current owner would be willing to sell.
It's merely
Mm,
part
right.
of the findings of fact
And
here.
absolutely, that opens the door for many things.
So,
Where complaints come up in zoning ordinance. I can give you a perfect example. Sits next to the post office.
Oh, no.
Been to court, gotten rulings, right back to where it was. We've gotten formal complaints. We're not acting on it. We're not doing anything about it. Why don't we just buy that property too? Do you see what I'm saying? It opens the door if you start setting a precedence that you buy your mistakes. Mistakes happen. They happen so far and few between. I mean, it's not like we're having these type of situations, I mean, it's not acceptable in any case, but it does happen. And to expect a township, a zoning administrator to be perfect 100% of the time is not realistic. It's not, and it's not a burden that you'd want to put on anybody or any township or any employee, because it's just not realistic. Mistakes happen.
and I think our ordinance is currently written, especially with the public hearing provision, to help minimize that. Probably not prevent, but help minimize it.
So are you saying with every land division or just ones larger than 10 acres?
No, the provision in our, in one of our ordinances, land division ordinances, it says the first requirement is that we have a public hearing on the variance.
Oh, a variance. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so this is just variance, land divisions are gonna be land divisions. And I'm sure somebody along the way has got more splits than 4 on a 10-acre piece. I'm sure of it. But we never hear about those mistakes.
But having a public hearing on this particular land division would not have informed the current owners of B, D, E, and F because they did not own that property at the time that this land division was done.
You are right.
Yeah,
But it
so
would have
they-
informed the planning commission as a whole and the board as a whole. It would have done that.
Sure, but
And-
I'm just saying, they.
And
still
notice is
wouldn't have had-
notice. Most people will never read them.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, right. Most people don't pay any attention.
Right.
So I'm just saying that would not have changed the current,
Agreed.
the current complaint. They were
Agreed.
not property owners at the time.
So I'm for, this is not a motion yet, so don't type anything. But I believe, Don, it was your recommendation to develop some type of finding of fact. And I quickly jotted some notes down, so these are completely undeveloped. But original split, no challenge, then sale, no challenge. Which I think talks about a timeline, if I was to paraphrase. And then I would like to explore any other solutions that the township might have to make a remedy. So we talked about potential purchase. Ardella outlined,
The reasons why that's
you might not be able to
practical,
purchase all your mistakes.
Right?
So is there any other possible solution that could be set forth? And this is.
Well, and I believe the board is following the law.
So Don Glenn said also something about the current owners and the owners previous, they purchased in earnest. They should not have restrictions put on them. You didn't say should not, I'm paraphrasing, on them for a process that they did not create. And they purchased in earnest, thinking that was a buildable lot, because the owner before thought it was a buildable lot. And it was deemed a buildable lot in our township. So how do you punish some, because that's what it is. You'd be taking someone who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a piece of property and taking the value of that property away. How do you do that? That's is.
Money.
It's not right, though.
Money.
It's not right.
But that might not be a satisfactory option to them, so you can't say that that is an option because we can't force someone to sell a piece of property.
I would be a hard no on voting for something. like
I will
that.
tell you that you get the right number and everything is for sale.
No, there goes the budget.
I'm just saying, you hit the right number, everything is for sale. So, another,
And is that what the taxpayers in the township want their tax money spent on?
none of the taxpayers in the township want us to create a mistake, right?
Well, right, sure.
So,
But they don't want to have to pay for our mistakes either.
but unfortunately, unless you're gonna pay for it, they do.
Oh, I understand how the process.
Yep.
works.
Yep.
So,
So we've all made mistakes here, no doubt. And the taxpayers paid the bill every time. So I hear something in both public comment and in written word about following the law. And so that's a question being posed to the board.
I also
And-
have a question when you're done, sorry.
Would you write it down?
No, I'll be good.
Okay, you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Because I've already forgot what I was gonna say.
I got the book.
So follow the law. Our ordinance 26 doesn't give us any guidance here as the board. Cheryl has brought up the fact that we may not even have standing to overturn a zoning administrator's decision. that is all going to require legal time and money. And in the end, are we taking an innocent person's rights away? Which is going to cost the township money, for sure. If I had made an investment, I would dearly protect it. I have no reason to believe anyone around the table would be different. So when we read and hear, follow the law, we just don't have any guidance here whatsoever from ordinance 26. Did we? Yes, we did.
Are you done, Ron?
I am.
Well, we do have something called the zoning ordinance book. And number
Heidi,
17,
can you get closer to the microphone?
number 17, Article 17, under administration, tells me what my zoning administrator is supposed to do and his duties with paperwork. So my question is, my zoning administrator is a contractor. And normally contractors have insurances for their own mistake. So my question is, I'm not saying it's not our mistake, but at what point does his insurance kick in besides ours if this does go somewhere?
I'm sure that's a subrogation issue between insurance companies,
Okie dokie.
but definitely a concern.
Since we were missing some paperwork in this whole thing, that's the reason I'm bringing this up.
What paperwork are we missing?
Well, I don't have much from Bob here other than what he says on tape and what he put in one or
Okay.
two emails. So
Just wondered, in specifically, you mean regarding the original split?
exactly.
Sure.
I went to equalization. I went to recorder of deeds, and all I was really able to pull up because of taxes being the way they are is each out of the recorder of deeds office, you get a piece of paper attached to your parcel number, and it tells you how many splits you have on the next page. But that's all I got. I was hoping for some more process paperwork, but apparently there isn't.
So thinking of a findings of fact, can we develop that so we have something to fall back on in our decision?
Yeah, I think that would probably be a prudent idea.
Or are,
I think we need to know if what the process is, if we even.
so are you wanting to shoot this back to the attorney and have him complete what he recommended in subsection 1?
Well, I think that the only thing that the attorney would address is whether the board has the authority to do anything but let the variance stand.
So that's covered in subsection 4, I believe.
Page is that, Ron?
So I apologize. The opinion is not.
Oh, that's right.
packet, right? So if you could refer to the original email that came out.
Yeah, got it. You're right. Yeah,
And
I will get there.
it might even be in the closing paragraph.
Is that in the
got it now.
legal, is that in the legal opinion
Yes.
you're talking about?
And so. It's actually number 3 in the second part of outside of the opinion. I think speaks to what you're driving at, Cheryl.
Well, I see the first page and then I see some numbered paragraphs, 1, 2, 3. Is that it?
So
the number
if
3?
you're actually looking at the legal opinion document,
Okay, then further on down where there's 1, 2, 3, 4,
right, yeah,
number 3. Yeah, that's more along the lines of what I'm thinking. I don't
Right.
know if we can do anything about it.
yeah,
I don't, as Don said, I don't want to add a mistake to a mistake.
okay.
You know,
Well,
if there is, and I don't concede that there was a
I'm not saying
mistake.
nothing.
But I don't think the township board should muddy the water with doing something that it doesn't have the authority to do. Sometimes we assume we have some type of authority and we really don't. And so
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm fine.
So 3 people would like to have more attorney advice. And so could we develop the questions? Because I really want to shy away from number 1. But if that's where the board wants to go, then that's where the board wants to go with it.
No, I think we really just need to. I think there's only one question. What can the board do?
So
What, is there anything the board,
what authority the
what
board
authority does the board have?
to either support or reverse a decision? A land division?
Yeah, I guess you would say that. Yeah. Yeah, but here again, I think we've already talked about reversing the land division is not an option. So what can the board do to resolve this issue? To resolve the complaint?
So not to reverse. I started writing, what authority does the board have to resolve the complaint? Really is not very specific. So I can give you 5 options, 2 tops. 1, follow the law as it's written and make it unbuildable. 2, buy the land.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Specifically, what are you trying to get from the attorney?
What I'm trying to get from the attorney is whether this is even the correct body to review. Because as we've said, you know, appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator go to the ZBA.
That's the zoning administration. This is a general ordinance. So this falls at our feet.
Yep.
But
But it was a decision made by the zoning administrator, I think is what she.
And
said.
the
And that was
assessor.
the avenue I was coming in with when I talked about the ZBA.
okay, so help me develop the question.
The first question you had was, does this, could you read the first question you had?
Well, what I started
John
to
did.
write, what authority does the board have to reverse? That was going to be the next
And
word.
I think there's,
Affirm or reverse?
you threw me off the track there for a second. Sorry. You know, if the board, I think there's follow-up questions that if the board would be deemed to have the authority to reverse, then what are the subsequent decisions?
Steps.
Well, I'm going on how are those subsequent decisions dealt with? Because you sold it to another person
Oh, yeah.
and then
Right,
sold it
right.
to another person. So
yeah.
you know, it's a stone in the pond. If you throw that rock in the pond and say, okay, I'm going to reverse that. I'm not saying that's what we do, but there's ramifications that ripple out from that. And I think that has to be looked at comprehensively if in fact, if the attorney were to say, no, you do not have the right for these reasons, well, then those extra questions that I would have, it would become moot.
If we don't have the right to reverse.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm following, I
Okay.
believe, yeah.
So I think it's, we don't have the right to reverse, then I think that goes into what maybe somebody here said, okay, so what are viable solutions or options? Are there one? Are there three? Are there five? So. So I think that,
And
if I were looking at a flow chart, I would just say, okay, if I ask the question and does the board have the right to reverse it? And the answer is yes, well, then that leads to another set of questions. Well, how does that affect the first sale? How does that affect the second sale? How does it affect the current property owner?
I see we're on a slippery slope again,
Yep.
and here's why. And I'm going to ask for Bob's input here with the board's permission on this following question. Final site plan review, and please don't answer till the board says, yes, come on in, okay? But final acceptance of a site condominium resides at the board level. Can I ask Bob that question?
Yes. I would like to.
Are you fine with that, Cheryl?
I know what the answer is, but if you want to ask him, sure.
Well, then at least we'll know we have the right answer.
Bob, can you come to the microphone and answer that question?
I don't have a copy of the ordinance directly in front of me right now, but as I have read it multiple times, and if memory serves me correctly, yes, final review, not of the site plan, but of the condominium proposal at the very least, does rest with the township board.
Thank you. Cheryl, is that congruent with,
Mhm.
yeah, and I concur.
And I would as well. I just
Yeah,
wanted to hear it.
I concur with that decision. So I'm just role playing here, trying to get the board to follow this. If we go out for attorney questions and then those attorney questions come back, valuable time is ticking away for the developer. We're in budget season. I'm in board of review season. This is the busiest time for a supervisor's office that there could possibly be. Not that I'm complaining. My concern is protection for the current property owner and protecting their development rights, quite frankly.
And I
so,
think that's a point you bring up to the attorney,
okay,
that the board is concerned about that.
well, I'm just thinking about our own schedules here. Yesterday,
Right.
I didn't keep a stopwatch, but I think there was about 12 minutes just to figure out how to set a special meeting for a budget. So.
Yeah, we've already, it's been 2 hours. So we need to move along here and finalize this so we can get on to our next.
And
agenda
that's what I'm
items.
saying.
Right.
So the board wants to go back to the attorney for a couple of questions.
I honestly believe, I wish we would have had a chance to have a conversation with them today. I think we're just belaboring this. I think we just need to settle it. I know.
I don't want to sound,
I know.
this is not saying flippant or anything, but at the rate we're going, Chris Patterson will be available at 3:00. And so we may be still here.
So
I understand, but
so that could be an option, right? We've got several other things on our agenda here this morning.
Well,
You have to at least give the attorney.
no,
time to get this
I'm
stuff.
wondering whether we have space. I know that there is a meeting going on in the treasurer zoning administrator's office this afternoon, and I don't know how long that meeting's going to last. I
What meeting's
suppose
that?
we can interrupt it maybe, but I don't know that we should. I believe Bob is meeting with Rachel and Randy today.
Okay.
This afternoon.
So again, I just, I don't want to delay this any longer. I think I've made my points clear, but yet I also understand getting better guidance from the attorney, if that's what you want to do. So,
Isn't it true that the only way to protect the current property owner's rights is to just affirm the zoning administrator's decision?
but I think that goes right back to your initial question to the attorney. Do we even have the authority to do that?
And that's why
So
I asked.
it's
that
chicken or
question.
egg, right?
Right, yeah.
So
Because we do know that the time to go to the ZBA is long past.
yeah,
So,
there's no remedy.
Right,
here.
right, and so.
There is no remedy.
Because from the ZBA, remember, if you are aggrieved at the ZBA, you go to court.
Mhm.
That's the circuit court is
Yep.
the next
That's
step
the
after the
step.
ZBA. And that requires a ZBA findings of fact and 30 days or something like that.
there's a
So
time.
even that process is no longer available to somebody wanting to contest this land division
And that's-
decision.
That speaks directly to some of the other writings in this opinion, is that there is no requirement to notice people of a land split. There just isn't. And that's interesting. But
Yeah, because it's done all the time.
because it's done all the time.
That's right.
So
So are you suggesting that the clock is run out on the actions?
I am,
And that's what I said in the very beginning.
yeah.
okay,
About the complaint, I started with the complaint, is past the time, well past the time that we give people to lodge a complaint against a
That the law
decision
gives them.
made by, right, made by a zoning administrator. His split, the initial split is well past. Well, of course it's past because these people hadn't even bought their property yet. They didn't know. But when they bought their property, they knew that piece was already split. When they're looking at buying, they did all the research, which we've been told that they did. They walked the property, all this. That split was already there. Their due diligence to object to that split would have been at that point and lodge their complaint at that point, in my eyes. That didn't happen.
And that still would have been too late.
Right.
The property had already been sold
Yep.
by the time.
Yep.
The Highmores and the Beams.
But
The property had already been
had-
sold the year before.
But the
They bought their
complaint
property.
about the depth to width ratio came in March. And the
it was
actual.
revealed in March
It was
that there
revealed-
was an
oh,
issue.
Thank you.
It
Thank
was
you.
revealed in March.
revealed in
2
March,
years post decision.
right. But the actual formal complaint wasn't written until August. March to August, that's a lot of months. Why did it take so long
Well,
to put an actual complaint in?
I don't want to be accused, of supporting one side or another, but those people have been talking about that since March.
But that's
They're
not.
talking at that podium about it.
Right, but that's
and-
not a formal written, I want to.
I
complain
understand
about
it's not a formal
That's
written.
all I'm talking about.
I
I know they've been
understand.
talking about it.
I understand, but I'm trying to put myself in their shoes. I've been on that side of the podium in a very similar situation. And it cost me a lot of money to protect my property rights, let me tell you.
And you had to present something formal.
I
get those
had an
interests.
attorney.
Right, right.
Yep.
Okay,
And
so
it's-
public comment is
I
public
understand.
comment,
I-
and we aren't required to type
I
something
get
up
it.
for them.
I
and
get
all
it.
that.
I
So
get it.
until they present something in writing,
But the average person doesn't know that. And
They-
so you
But
know,
it's their duty to find out what they need to do.
and this is one of those educational times, unfortunately.
Yeah, right.
It
Well, we
really
all go
is.
through them.
We all go through them. And so, I'm for creating a findings of fact and, I guess for all practical purposes, supporting the decision that's already been made for the land division.
And
I'm in concurrence with it.
But I can also see the importance to see whether or not we even have the authority to do that.
that's number one. And then are we going to agree on the findings of fact?
And so,
Because I think some of us have different opinions than others about,
compliance.
that's right.
Okay, so you simply provide the public hearing notice that you posted in the newspaper, and I'll withdraw my objection to compliance
Public hearing notice of what?
Oh,
of this
here we go.
variance.
Of the public notice, public hearing that he's been talking about all
Of the
along.
land split.
Yeah, of the land.
In front of who?
Of the
What
variance for the land split. We didn't do it, is what he's saying.
We
So
didn't follow our own
follow the
ordinance.
ordinance.
Didn't do it.
Well, okay, and
haven't
so
followed the
I
ordinance
wasn't
there.
advised that any public hearing needed to be set.
That's what he's saying. It
So-
didn't happen.
The only public hearings I know about are the
We
ones
should-
that the board agrees to set,
We should
And
know
the
our
ones
own
that-
ordinances, right?
but I don't deal with land divisions.
But
No,
we're trying to get educated.
You're at you, Cheryl. He's
Yeah,
just
I-
saying
I'm not.
Bolster his opinion.
I'm not.
Yeah. Okay,
So,
yeah,
in the strictest word, we didn't follow our own ordinance. That's all there is to it.
well, I guess in order to go along with, and you will probably want to make that part of a finding of fact. And I'm not ready to agree that I would have to do more research on this to see whether I agree with that or not, because you're saying that there's a couple versions of the land division ordinance. So I want to go back and satisfy myself. I don't think, that we can come up with findings of fact unless all of us do more research, or at least I would need to agree to a finding of fact about that.
Well, we've had
So
this
I have-
packet since before Christmas.
Well, but this packet isn't like the entire land division ordinance
It is.
or anything like that. No, it isn't. The packet that's in the thing right today, this isn't the entire land division.
Not in the
ordinance.
agenda, but what you downloaded from Chris Patterson, it's the entire.
It
two
is.
copies.
2 copies. One has
Okay,
13
and then-
articles,
and
one has
sounds
14
like
articles.
which one are we using? Which one are we using?
I think we're getting.
So
We're getting pretty far.
I'm
afield.
confused. The information was provided and that was one of the questions in the actual information.
And I will just say, I am not in favor of making findings of fact until the board finds out from the attorney's office whether that's even something that we can do.
So we're gonna have to have another meeting on this?
So that's what it sounds like. And so,
Well, then let's just accept that fact and move on.
yep, I'm fine with that. So the question that I have written down is what authority does the board have to reverse or support? I'll probably say upheld.
Reverse or uphold.
Yep. And then,
If
The
decision were,
decision of the zoning administrator.
yeah,
if that decision were to be reversed, what are the ramifications to the subsequent real estate sale of that parcel of at least two times? How does that affect that?
and I'm all over the place on that one. Title companies, everything, but it all comes back to our doorstep, quite frankly. Yeah, it all comes back to our doorstep. Okay.
Yeah,
so
those are answers that are
Then
gonna be
what are the
difficult to-
subsequent, how are the subsequent sales dealt with?
Mhm.
What else? Anything else for the attorney?
I don't have anything.
I'm
Court cases, if any,
Court cases,
if any.
supporting what? A board's,
I can't find anybody anywhere in this state that has even heard of this before or has dealt with it in the northern part of Michigan. So if he has any court cases on this issue, I'd like to see him.
it seems to happen here a lot.
Apparently, but people I'm talking to are appalled, but I have one more contact at Michigan State University. I want to contact later this week.
Okay, so 3 questions then. What authority does the board have to reverse or support the decision of the ZA?
You said uphold, reverse or uphold.
Yeah,
Okay.
I actually wrote support and then I said, well, I'll probably.
Well, I want to
use
have it in
uphold.
in here, how you are going
Well,
to word it.
your
So if you're
minutes
gonna say
and my notes, to
support.
the attorney are not going to match comma for comma. I can
Okay,
tell you
well,
that.
but I want to have what the questions are, so in case I want to refer to them.
I think it's the gist of the question.
And you can also just blind CC us all.
Yeah, oh, yeah. And then question number 2 is if the board has authority to reverse, how are subsequent sales dealt with?
Yes.
Lastly, what court cases, if any, supporting, and that's where I drop off, supporting what? Or did I,
Either supporting that the
con.
land becomes unbuildable or supporting what we're supposed to do about it. Something. It's better than nothing.
unbuildable pro/con? Okay,
I'm sorry, what's that question going to be?
so are there any court cases that support unbuildable pro/con is what I have written.
That support unbuildable. That support the parcel being declared
Yeah, so
unbuildable.
we should clear that up a little bit. Yeah, so I would say supporting the parcel becoming unbuildable. Does that read a little better?
I would use the word deemed.
Yeah, I would use
Deemed
deemed.
unbuildable.
Being deemed.
Yeah, being deemed unbuildable.
Don't you want to know whether there's cases either way?
That too.
There might be cases that it could be declared unbuildable. There might be the cases that it can't be declared unbuildable. Don't you want to know what the court cases are in either scenario?
Okay,
Because otherwise you're kind of assuming that, yeah,
question number 3. Court cases
on this issue. Pro or con on this issue.
I do like Don's thought or somebody's thought about deeming it unbuildable, right? Because I have personal issue with that provision in our ordinance, quite frankly.
Yeah,
I don't know how a township should take that right away from it, quite frankly.
the buildable right, the right to
Buildable
build.
right.
That's exactly true.
Yeah,
And the
I
land
mean, they
division.
do it through the
ordinance-
zoning ordinance, right? But they still allow me to build, but I gotta follow their rules. This is, in my mind, a completely different question.
With a no more than a 4-foot structure. It
Right.
says.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The Land Division Act says that if it's deemed unbuildable, you can't build anything higher than 4 feet.
Yeah.
So it goes back to ag and becomes farming. And the reason 4 feet is that it's
So
probably the size.
third
of a
question
animal barn.
is court cases deeming property unbuildable. And then Cheryl, your comment about cases either way, I understand it. I just don't know how to word the question.
Well, my question would be, when you have the question that says, what authority does the board have to reverse or support the decision of the ZA? I think the follow-up question on that is, what cases exist? Are there cases that apply to, reversing or supporting the decision of the ZA?
Okay, so that'd be number 2. Don's will drop down to number 3, and court cases are number 4 then. And so pro con of unbuildable property, court cases, pro con was your comment. I want to make sure I get your concerns addressed.
Well, I just put down as my question, are there court cases either way on the above question, which is reverse or support the decision? That's question number 1.
No,
So-
question number 2. Question number 1 is whether or not we have authority.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's number 1. Then you said number 2 was going to be, are there court cases either way?
Yep.
On that issue?
Yep.
On those issues? Okay, and then you have your third question, I believe, how are the subsequent sales dealt with? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you have also another question, are there any court cases deeming property unbuildable? That's what I had down.
Yep. And then you said either way, which I couldn't.
But I'm not talking about that fourth question.
Oh.
I'm only talking about to reverse or support.
Gotcha.
Are there
Gotcha.
court
Gotcha.
cases
Okay.
either way? Because I
So-
think that's important for us to know
Sure. Yeah,
that.
no.
And the attorney, I'm sure, would just look at that anyway.
Good ad. Yeah, no, good ad. So four questions. Anything else? Okay. So, the second item for discussion is a possible closed session. We know that that's now not available due to timing. And so I apologize, no decision here today. I guess stay tuned.
Yeah, 1 second.
Next item I have on the agenda. I'm going to ask for some leeway here without a motion, please. We had set the number in our agenda to set park dates and rates as number 3. But really, this whole process is to look at the park budget before we set the rates, which seems to make fiscal sense.
Yes.
So I'm asking that we deviate from the agenda and let's review the park fund budget before we actually set the camping rates. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yep.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yes.
We are approaching our 3-hour mark. Do we want to take a break?
I need one.
Board consensus, 10
Yep.
minutes?
Yep.
Sure.
Sure.
And so we'll mark it at 11:27.
Yeah, really. Wow.
Yeah. So I have a follow-up note on my schedule. To Melissa Melton shared something with the board that caught me off guard, and that was that we had approved 27, we approved money for Lossy Road in Battle Creek Natural Area. I went back to the minutes and that's how the minutes were written up.
Yeah, I hadn't gone back. We allocated 27.5% based on the survey to the rec. And I'm unclear as to how that got channeled directly into trail system. I think that was part and parcel to the survey. But I didn't take that as being I think that the finality was, as we agreed on the 27.5%. And I think the minutes today. And they are the official record. Yeah. Well, I can see that the men's room door is open, so I'm gonna go take advantage of that.
What else is on your agenda?
Park and recreation budget. And set the opening dates for the campground as well as the rates for overnight camping.
Fascinating stuff. I think I'm going. Sounds to me like you guys are damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Feels like that sometimes.
I think that's. I can see both sides.
Well, nice meeting you. Safe travels. Greg, safe travels. Safe travels. Nice meeting you.
I would put some money in. Orders. So if I put some money in, get appreciated. What would I do with them? As an applicants over there are my lawyers. Or, is that it? Okay. Who would, what's the name? All right.
Right next to the road. He's doing all the
Yeah, I'm kind of confused.
He's doing so much.
Yeah, all. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we have. All right.
What that boys do it. Do run.
I know exactly like that. But I just sent you an email that I another question to ask. You know, there's something that I was talking about. In a close match. That I didn't get. Yeah. Did you find out yet? Yeah.
Yeah. They're driving people's yards. So it's like, okay. Are you going? I don't know. I was thinking, this seems. And. But they're researching.
Okay, would you mind if you, I think. Yeah, I, you know, whatever, if you forget, don't worry about it, don't go back or anything. What's that? No, and I don't. No, I just. Trying to find out. Yeah, all this stuff and like. Not that.
There it is. Well, that's what I come in to tell you I would be doing that.
Because I need more stuff to do there.
Well, stuff. No, we got another 2 minutes, excuse me, sorry.
Hey, we still got a quarter up here.
Well.
50 cents now.
It's a penny a lot. We get 25 good ones.
Yeah.
Just call a board member, how about that? No direction, just to me. Having calls a board members to find out. I don't think anybody knows this, but. Oh, well, you're gonna be trying to for a treat. I didn't print one out. You want one further? I can go print Thank you.
Those are too good. I have to keep getting up and getting another one.
That's the bag in the car. Yeah. Access to Wi-Fi. Is there like a public Wi-Fi number? Yeah, it's the phone number 231-267-5141. So the township number. And I'm sorry, what was it again? Telephone number 231-267-5141. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that'd be awesome. I've got some black and white.
More, okay, that's when the other splits were done a year later.
Well, this is a year later. This is on my,
Thanks.
These are really good. You know, it's got like all of everybody's names on it, and the dates they bought and all that stuff.
Oh, one of the big bars.
You knew I was gonna need one. Well, I was kind of hoping because I wanted to watch.
Are we good to start? We're a little late. Sorry. My fault.
Three houses today.
Okay.
Delayed 10 minutes.
So we'll reconvene at 11:41. And is it board consensus to deal with the park budget before we set the dates and rates?
Yeah, I think you said yes.
And I attempted to share this in Excel for everybody, but I couldn't share just the pages I had done. I had to share the whole document. And so if I shared the whole document, it would have just not made sense. So this is the I will attempt to have the rest of the budget done and share it in Excel. Heidi, do you have Excel programs available to you? Okay.
If not, there's print.
There is.
I'm getting better though.
Any questions on the budget? Specifically the revenue?
Well, obviously, I mean, if we're going to talk about park rates, we probably want to come back to revenue and look at expenses first.
Okay. I'm fine.
No.
So dropping down to expenditures then. Salary 702 was mainly set for the Park and Recs administrator, right? Cheryl, was that a W-9 job or was that a W-2? Two. And so on wages, if you take a look at note number 4, that's a breakdown of that number. I'm proposing a 6% wage increase beyond the 3% that the employees get as a regular reoccurrence.
So in other words, they would get a 9% when we.
About a 9%.
Scale would go up by 9%.
About 9%. Yep. 3 is due to the annual cost inflation, but I don't honestly think our consumer price index is at 3% currently. And so I've added or proposed adding a 6% increase on top of that. Now, you also notice that Cheryl, some earlier documents had been sent out indicating some park rangers' labor rate was $26.51 an hour for last year. I could not use our approved wage hour sheet, whatever we call that, and come up with a 26.51 number. That's the document I used and could not come up with the 26.51. It come up like 26.34. And then the next one was 20.
Just times 3% added, times 3% added each year. So you take the 17, they started that last year. So
No,
year 2
we're
was
talking,
17.51.
I get that, but I'm talking specifically the 26.51 labor figure. I could not prove that out. So if you can provide some math.
Well, what I'm telling you is the math is all in the approved.
Check it out.
Graded wage
Maybe
scale,
I made a mistake.
Yeah, because that's checked more than, and it was approved by the board, and all those numbers were run last year. So
And there is no 26.51 on it.
there is, I'll look that up right here. You don't have to wait. for me to
Yeah.
do that.
And so,
I know that that's. Oh, I guess I just looked at word.
yeah.
I have that.
And like you say, whether it's 26.51 or 26.34, it is not going to make a difference really in our budget. Oh, the far, under 16 year.
All I have is a JPEG because I wasn't on the board when all that was decided. So I got like a JPEG, and what it was
I must have made a mistake.
It was the
I
graded,
apologize.
yeah, graded wage schedule 20, yeah, and I'm looking at. Because that's where.
Year 16 was 26.51.
Okay.
Remember that matrix?
Okay.
Does that say 26.51?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the one we approved.
Huh.
Yeah.
So I made a mistake. Sorry.
Oh,
Let me send this to you.
No, I'm looking at it and
What date was the budget public hearing? I'm trying to remember what packet that was. Was it
3/21 is what I have. And I actually have year 16 as 2635.
Yeah,
In-
I mean, yeah, I know. So,
Oh, it does say
Yes.
2639
yeah, so.
on there. Where did we get 26?
Okay, good, good.
Okay.
Okay, that's our mistake then. Yeah, somehow, I don't know where we came up with 2651. It was supposed to be taken right off this.
I agree. Yep,
Right.
I agree.
And also, no, wait a minute. No, that's not it. Because that doesn't start in year one at $17 an hour. So the approved one started at $17 an hour. So this, I believe we changed that.
At
and
the
the
public
minutes would
hearing?
show. Minutes would show it, but yes, because park rangers went to starting in year one at 17. And so that's how you get the 2651. This was changed at the, this was changed. It had to have been changed. I
Okay,
can look
yeah,
at the
in-
minutes, but,
Well, I think that that'll be part of what we do as we move through budget, but it doesn't have to be done today. I just couldn't prove out the 2651.
right. yeah,
That's
yeah.
all. And so my labor numbers here will be off by the same few pennies, 20 cents an hour, right? So I've used the 2651 for my calculations to base and it makes a difference whether you do the 6% increase first and then the 3%, or whether you do the 3% increase and then the 6%.
Why wouldn't you just do that?
So because no place in this document does it say a 9% raise. It says a 3% raise. So I'm just trying to follow automatic. So I'm just trying to follow what, now if we decide as a board to calculate it all as one number, 9%, I'm totally good with that.
That would seem to be the easiest.
I
That you
agree.
just deviate from those guidelines down at the bottom for this upcoming fiscal year. And say that,
I think we just say we add 6% to it because of what the current inflation rate is of historic inflation rates. And maybe 9% is too much. But it was a place to start.
That's a
Social
place to
Security
start.
recipients are getting 8.7%. That was based on inflation.
Okay,
Um,
so 9% isn't far away.
right.
You'll also notice that in some of these line items, I've kind of downgraded the expenses a little bit. Because I think with proposed construction, we're gonna have some closures. You'll especially see it on the revenue side. We'll probably have some parking spots that are taken up by construction. And it's going to be likely during peak season.
I'm just looking back on the 321 minutes, page 13. And there's a note in here that I provided the corrected document to reflect the $17 starting wage for park rangers with 3% annual increases for anything past the first year.
So can you get us that corrected document? And we'll just
Yeah.
make that part of all of these discussions.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have a question on on the 703, which is why are you putting it all under 703 even for the park manager? Because typically the park manager would go under 702.
Well, there
Because
is,
that's not a graded wage scale.
okay.
That's a salary wage.
And we can
Yes.
certainly move it to that line item. I'm totally fine with that. I did modify the dollar amount, as you'll see in note 4, but I did not change the line item consistent with our discussion yesterday. So at the time I made this, I didn't know, or the day before, I didn't know whether we would
I mean,
do it hourly or salary. I didn't know.
Right. But I'm just saying, if you want to track more precisely what the manager
Sure.
is making versus what the rangers collectively are making, then you would take the managers out of 702. That's just how it's always been done. But the social security and Medicare would still be on those combined.
Yep.
amounts.
No issue, board, with that move?
No.
It's hard to believe that we buy $11,000 worth of wood every year.
And that is with no excess left over.
So maybe the $10,000 figure is not correct.
I would have it that, no, I would put that up higher because you can see the year before we spent 12.
Yeah,
So, and then this year we spent 11 too. So I don't think 10 is going to be enough. You know, if you're talking about closures during the height of the season, you're gonna miss a lot of your wood sales.
and that's why I lowered it. That was the thinking.
I mean, I guess we'll have to talk about that, but I hope you're not planning on closing the park in any part of July or August, because that's your money making months.
Well, the park probably won't be as affected as the boat ramp.
Well.
If we
yeah,
gotta be,
I'm wondering how the park, the campground is gonna be affected though with the entry part.
yeah, so, I didn't know where to go.
Two things.
I didn't know where to go, but if we want to add, back up to 15,000.
There was something, I'm trying to find the data. I had looked back over like the last 3 years. And the wood sales, the gross dollars were declining, not by much, but they weren't growing.
But yet expenses have almost doubled.
Yes,
Well, we buy bundled wood now, so that's more expensive than having somebody just bring a pickup with a dump box or a trailer with a dump box and they dump it on the ground, cut, split. And then the rangers pick it up 10 pieces at a time and deliver to a campsite, or you can get 30 or 40 pieces in the back of the golf cart and deliver wood, but you're also paying a lot more for wages to do that. There's owners.
Why do we even deliver it?
Involved, because, well, we don't do, well, because they have to come over and put it in their car or something like that, or they've got a motor home and they don't have another vehicle, then they're not gonna move their motor home off their site. It's always been a little, perk of the park to deliver.
Plus it gets the ranger out in it and,
They can see more what's going on out in the park.
right,
if they're out in it.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's true. They're out there a lot.
Okay, so
I put it
wood,
at 12. but
12,
anyway,
all right,
I mean, if you don't spend it, you don't spend it.
right. Yep, no, I'm fine.
What are we changing that to?
12,000 instead of 10.
And is that the only change we've made other than the salary wage thing? I didn't start writing those into.
Yeah, that's, yep.
So salary went to 45. And wages went to whatever 130 minus 45 is.
Yeah. Did you find your data that you were looking for?
No, I didn't.
Perplexed?
Yeah, I thought I had left the file open so I could easily reference it and,
Can't find it in search.
well, it's a note on another document is what it is. So.
So let's talk about capital expenditure for a little bit. And maybe Don can find his way, find his information. The $400,000 number is a pretty big number, but it's derived from a guesstimate that the boat entry launch will wind up costing the township about $275,000.
I don't think you've overestimated. I think it's,
Well, and 575 with the 200 match.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, so this is just the township's component of it, right?
Yeah.
Just the township's component. And really, it's not gonna all come due in this fiscal
Yeah, I
year.
was just
It
gonna
will
say
have
that.
to have it done by next fiscal year for sure. Because we have to expend all the funds by 12/31 of 26, if memory serves me correct.
Well, it's not an expend all the funds thing. It's that's when we said we'd have it done by. And that includes getting reimbursed, I believe.
That's right. This is not ARPA funds.
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry. Yep, this is not ARPA
This is a
funds.
grant.
Yep, my mistake. So, the time is ticking there. So, whether or not we take all 275 this year, I'm negotiable on that. Because even though the reason I put it at 275 is because this is a restorative type grant. We have to pay for the products and services first, then we apply to get the money back. And so that's why I front loaded that number a little more than probably what is usual in a grant process. And then we heard from public comment, the restrooms, the pit toilets are a problem.
Yeah.
And so.
We all know that.
Sure. So the board had looked at building a building there with running water, so on and so forth. I recently attended a wedding in a cow pasture, but they had this portable potty trailer.
They're nice.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
hot and cold running water and
Decorated.
yep,
Warm.
it was, well,
Well, when it's
air
cold out,
conditioned
they're-
or
yeah.
whatever, and so I wonder if that just isn't a potential solution. So I contacted a company in Texas. They've got a model that runs about $70,000. It has one ADA with an aluminum fold-up ramp and then a boys and a girls on either side of the ADA. Fully self-contained. I think there's over 100 gallons of sewage storage. So it's meant for a big venue, maybe a little oversized for us.
Could you just pull it up and then dump it in your own?
Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean,
That's a good
we
idea.
have our own dump station there.
I need
and
somebody with
this-
a pickup truck now.
The handy, well,
Every
at
2
100
days.
gallons, I can't imagine that that's every few days, Cheryl.
Right now, there's 3 out there, and I think that the 2 regulars are 40 gallons. And that the handicap, actually, you'd think they'd be bigger, but they have slightly less volume.
Sure, yeah,
Is like 35, so you're talking, that's 115 gallons.
Okay.
Approximately, and we have those pumped twice a week in the busy season, and sometimes they're still pretty high.
We could still.
so it was
do
just an
that.
idea, it was just a float, I mean, it gets,
But I agree.
it checks boxes off.
I agree that, you know, that quote we got many years ago was for 125,000 for this flush toilet facility. The health department was gonna make us pump sewage up to the drain field or whatever. And that was a lot of the expense of that. And really down there, it's a seasonal use. You don't really want to have to worry about winterizing that down there and all that. So if you just had something like what you're talking about, which is what me and Dan and Peggy have been talking about for 3 or 4 years, is that you get your own, you buy them instead of renting them, what we've been doing. You just get your own. You still have, I would still have them pumped out by the Mosers, you know, but.
You're talking regular outhouse.
No,
Porta john.
no, you
Same
buy
thing
the
you're talking
rentals. You
Something-
buy.
buying
it,
something
don't rent
like
it.
What you're talking about, but it's stationary. You don't have it.
You don't have to move it.
Sure.
pumped out.
And
That's-
like
we
buying
could
your
have
own
Gamosier bump out this tank too, I assume,
I don't
right?
think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of liked it.
Did you happen to find out in, you know, you're doing your research on it, what the lifetime is on that? How long will these things last?
Well, I've been in 2 now. Matter of fact, Target store, when they were undergoing some water issues at the Traverse City store, they had one of these massive units out front. They look pretty durable to me.
Well, I bet you they have something on it that tells you what your,
What they do
expected
have is a
lifestyle.
buyback program.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. Apparently, these things are quite hard to come by. They're like fire trucks. They're built on request and the factory can't keep up.
But you are saying.
Because
that
they usually bring them in for the
$100,000
homeless population.
The unit was
The
about
unit.
69, this grand unit, and it's really far above what a campground would have, right? These are nice interior finishes, right? I would really like to think something a little more rustic for a campground.
Well, maybe we did get something like that. If we ever expanded our campground for more sites, for it to be on the other end of the, you know, something like that, but like you're saying, down by the boat launch.
Lots of possibilities. They're a year out in manufacture.
You can buy used.
But this $69,000 one is in stock in Goshen, Indiana.
Oh, thought you
Road
said
trip.
they built to.
It could be it could be an immediate fix to a lot of boxes, just for discussion purposes, right? So sounds like you like the idea of a trailer. Now everybody can do some checking and come up with a better deal, right?
You'll need to add in the cost of demolition of the other building down there though.
Sure. Yep. And then discussion about a new water well came up. I don't think I ever got an estimate from you on that.
I was probably supposed to say, well, it was a verbal.
Yeah, no, I get it. So I
forget who the guy at Berg, but it wasn't Berg himself, it was Steve Fuller, I think, or something like that.
okay.
But
I put in
have just a
10,000.
verbal
I
estimate.
put in 10,000, figuring 8 for the well, and if you had to, we probably wouldn't set the 2 wells side by side. Well, they'll be in the same aquifer, but I think you would want some distance. And if we do think about future expansion into the park, what's the logical way? West? Makes sense. So
There's not a lot of room for expansion of the campground out there into shaded areas. I mean, west, it would be probably the only way you could go.
Mhm.
North, you get into an opening, a big field before you get to the property line, and then obviously east, you can't go east. So really south.
Have you seen the new campers though that are on pontoon boats? You could go east.
Yes, you could.
Well, what's going on, put houseboats out there? You
No,
have a lot.
it's not a houseboat. It's a trailer on a pontoon. And then 15,000 for the pavilion.
And what kind of maintenance upgrades, capital expenditures do you envision for that 15,000?
So I really don't know what's wrong with the pavilion. I just made a note that I think it was Dan indicated that, we were kind of forgetting about the other items in the park, and bathrooms and pavilion were the two that I made note of. So,
Oh, what's wrong with the pavilion is that, it's very old. We did have the roof, all the tree junk cleaned off the roof a number of years ago, but that metal is very faded out. It's a metal roof. The posts are metal posts,
Is it sound though? I mean,
Well,
if
and
it's
the-
sound
what
and
I
it
was
just needs a
getting to is
facelift,
That the floor is cracked. It's a concrete floor and it's cracked in a lot of places. And I think if you were gonna put something in out there, you would wanna put something bigger than that, because the way it sits right now, there's really only enough room for all the picnic tables that are under there without a lot of extra room to navigate under the roof over there. And then it's got, just one electrical outlet down there. Some people do use that, and sometimes I think they would like to have a little more electrical down there. But,
that would, has anybody here ever rented that?
yeah.
Yeah, so you know what she's talking about the
Yeah.
space. I haven't had so much problems with the space, but it was a baby shower, graduation party type thing. And most of the people were outside of it, but the electrical is an issue. You need more than one plug-in area in a pavilion, especially if you're renting it.
And my takeaway from recollection is that the trusses were all exposed on the ends. Underneath, you can appreciate the bottom cord of the truss will not be finished, but these ends were bare to the weather. And
So are they rotting? That was my first question. Is it sound? If
Sure.
it's not sound, we just need to replace it. But if it needs maintenance and a facelift,
I mean, you could paint the posts, you could paint the roof. But it's still gonna have not enough electricity, the floors kind of busted up.
okay,
it's
all,
cracked.
all well and good.
Pavilion, but Twin Lakes, have you ever been to Twin Lakes?
Yeah.
Been in their pavilion in Long Lake? It is gorgeous. And they have these, and there's a fireplace in there. And then it's got some other area around it that's actually concrete with some built-in benches. It's got built-in pedestal tables inside of it. I forget, I think like 4 chairs at a table or something like that.
It sounds like another grant
Really,
application.
Really nice.
Yeah, that's well, is
Or beach pavilion, I can't remember now exactly if pavilion was listed on that, was that listed on it, Lois, the Spark grant? I think it was, so we've requested some money for that.
Might the better approach be tying in your grant and your thoughts on something, if you're gonna build something or redo it, build it for the next 20 years? Would we be better off leaving some funds in there, whether that be like, say, $5,000 as seed money, and ask the PrAC to work up potential options or drawings or ideas, that renderings that we could then bring back potentially, if on board cost estimate. And then to your point, we have this in our pocket. One of the things we found when applying for the grants is they want that, you need that package ready to go.
Yeah.
So maybe now we spend a few dollars in seed money, build a package out, if we all feel that they're to be appropriated, then we start looking for grants to offset most, if not all of the the cost.
On the first, conceptual plans that happened to be brought to us. Because we remember we had that kickoff section and a lot of ideas were brought forward. And one of the things that was brought forward was dedicated parking for the pavilion. So you rent the pavilion out and you've got to go down there and somehow you've got to kind of rope off that parking. Otherwise, the boat people will come in there, the ones that are coming in cars and meeting up with a boat, they will come in there and fill up that parking. And so that's kind of an issue. The thing that would be nice to do when there's a pavilion upgrade would be like an asphalt path of, 6 feet or whatever.
Sidewalk to it.
allow wheelchairs to make it ADA accessible, in other words, because, and also for people to, that are carrying, sometimes there's some big events down there with a lot of food and stuff. So somewhere where they don't have to walk across the grass and they can pull a wagon or something, or they can dolly something over there, a hand cart type thing, they can hand cart coolers over there or something like that. That's something that would be a really nice addition down there.
But if you're looking at,
For the purpose of this discussion
yes,
and to truncate another 7-hour meeting early. Okay,
I'll be short.
can we just agree that $15,000 of potential capital money could be used for seed money, could be used for planning money? Doesn't matter. It's unallocated. It's just for those capital type expenses.
Sure. Can I make one comment?
Sure.
Not to throw a monkey wrench in there real quick, but if you're looking at replacing that pavilion, maybe that pavilion should be updated and a brand new one built someplace else.
Okay, that can be looked at too. Right?
Because we do have
to the
room,
bathhouse, then you
and
wouldn't
having
need
two
so many
pavilions
toilets.
to rent or to utilize by the township people would be a nice thing.
All good
You
suggestions.
don't have to debate it today, sorry.
So is there anything else? Were you able to locate your note?
Nope.
Okay, so it's gone forever.
Move along.
It was the best note you ever wrote. You know what?
Tonight at 7 o'clock, you'll find it.
Yeah, we're not going to be here.
Then I'll leave you
I'm
alone.
not going to be here. So any other questions on the expenses? Cheryl, any other recommendations?
Well, I think the 8,000 on the lawn maintenance is maybe enough. You can see with that 5%, fuel surcharge that we got. I mean, is that gonna stay at 5%? I don't know, what are.
They usually don't take it off anymore, it just stays.
Well, no, I know it's gonna stay on there. My question is whether it's gonna increase due to fuel price increases. So, but that would have to be something the board would have to
Yep.
approve, of course. But I'm just saying, when we spent $79.95, there is a lot of mowing at the park.
So how come you didn't bring this as an amendment? Because really, it's not an amendment. You're still in the cost center.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you're in.
And so
you're in
my-
the park, you're in the weather-
My biggest
park.
concern here was the next person that follows in for manager, will they have the park mowed 21 times rather than the 20 times that you had it mowed? Whatever that number is, right?
Yeah,
And so that really affects that number much
Yeah.
more than what a 5% fuel increase. And quite
Yeah.
frankly, if that question came before us again here today, I don't think I'd approve it.
yeah. Well, it's already in the. It's
It
in the
is.
contract
Yep.
now, but
Yep.
no, I'm just saying, sometimes when we've had the drought years and like we've got the one overhead picture of the park and the grass is brown, no mowing is taking place
Yeah.
when the grass is dead like that from the heat and the sun. But then you might have where it's raining for a month and you mow at least once a week. in the big areas and, you know, stuff like that. So the mowing in the campground itself has been more of a once a month event than weekly.
The other line item I struggled with was 930, facilities repair and maintenance. My God. There's a lot going on there.
Well,
Right, can I-
that's where all your, and see, we didn't even spend that much this year. We
Right.
only spent 27,000 and we spent bigger amounts in years before, but, I mean, I guess you've got the detail on that.
Yep, it's
You know what was spent.
it's all over the board. To your point,
Yeah.
last year,
Yeah.
21 was 23.5, 2020 was 57,000, 2019 was 17, 2018 was 10,
Yeah.
2017 was 20, 16 was 7, 15 was 18. I mean, it is,
I think it depends on what's happening.
so.
You
And
know,
what
Actually, it depends on what breaks.
what breaks,
That's
or
exactly-
projects like tiling the bathrooms. That's a big project, fixing the roads. Well,
Can
if they've been
Yeah,
fixed
the
inside
roads
the
is
park,
big.
they don't.
I mean,
need
if
to
you
be
take-
fixed again. So.
If you take an average of what those 3, 6, you take an average over those 8 years, it comes out to be 22,600.
Then
45
25.
should cover it.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? Did you guys have 2 pit toilets or 3?
2.
No, we have
No.
3 portable ones.
Oh, 3 portable.
2.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I thought. All right.
Wouldn't want to have any less than that because we'd have to have the pump more often, if you would have the volume.
Yeah, and
Well, this one I'm looking at is 490 waste, 156 fresh. So. I'll keep
Well,
going.
you rent at least last year's rates, the regulars are 95 a month. And the portable, I'm sorry, the handicap is 250 a month, but then it's the cleanings.
Yeah, what do those
But
cost, Cheryl?
Those were $30 a time. So, you know, you start out, you're only having them cleaned once a month, but by the time you get.
I get that.
Welcome to
Right,
Rogers.
I don't need that. I got that. My phone.
When I say cleaning, I mean pump out.
oh, okay.
Yeah, no, the Rangers go down there and check. and
Okay.
replace
All right.
toilets.
So when you say clean, you mean pumped out? No,
And-
that's fine.
Pumped out.
Cheryl, do you know the total cost we
95
paid
and 250
for pit
a month or
toilets?
Yep, a month.
In other words, do you know the total cost it's cost us from the day we rented the first one to? We're gonna have to rent them again next year, so do you have a cost? Because we could have bought these things by now. You can buy an outhouse for $789.
Looking at buying them, we got.
It gets
actually
brought up
some
every
quotes
budget season.
From Paul.
I know.
I'm sorry, Blakesley. We got some quotes from him last year for, units that you could buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But I
$30
think
a
it's
week to have them
it's
pumped.
better.
Yeah, yeah, that's really the image.
Well,
I
that's
think I
okay.
want to project.
And before I put that trailer in this proposal, I need to know the cost that we've
Well,
occurred
then-
already.
Septic services line item, because that's where the pit toilet.
You don't have a
rental
cost off
and-
the top of your head, Cheryl?
No,
For
because
3
you're asking
years?
for multiple
No.
years.
Okay.
No,
How about 1 year? Can you give me 1 year's charges?
Well, right here, $5,500, it's right, no, I'm sorry, 5450 it was this year. It's right in the document.
Thank you.
$8 a week to pump or slash clean.
$30 a pump out.
Each.
So if there's 2 cleanings a week of each one. Okay, so you've got 60 times 3, that's 180.
Gotcha.
The bill was usually $400 or $500.
Okay, all right. Well, that gives us
I don't
a good
remember.
idea. And you don't have, if we went to a trailer situation or something other than a rental. I don't think there's any problems with the Rangers coming in to clean like they do the bathhouse, right?
Spiff the place,
Mhm.
and, you know, make sure the sinks are clean and the mirrors are clean and
Here's swept out.
the toilets are clean. and
Yeah,
it's
swept out is what I'm thinking.
and stuff
Yeah,
like that, you know,
And
because see, when they do the pump out, they clean it too.
right, right.
So they replace the toilet paper, they hose it down or whatever they do. I've never actually watched them. After they pump it out, they also clean it.
Mhm.
So it's just a matter of just checking and to make sure that, you know, there's toilet paper.
So what line item was the actual rental of the porta potties in? What sub account?
812 septic services.
Oh, that's in there as well as
That's the pump out.
and the physical unit.
Is it the pump out of the,
The year end pump out
was it,
of the first tank. Because Gordy Frazier has been advising for a number of years now, when they go out there and they shut the septic system down, that please get that first tank pumped. Actually, they say the first compartment of the first tank. But the way I understand it is that it can flow back and forth.
To my
So the
knowledge,
Apple or whatever doesn't go all the way to the bottom or something like that. I don't know. So you're really pumping the entire first tank. And that's been about 700 or 800 bucks. Because we hadn't been doing that. And then one year they said, you're really getting them mad at
that's interesting because that would be a lack of use.
yep,
Is what that's from, and that could be because it's dormant for a few
Well,
months.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't pump it out and then it sits there all winter.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Solidifies.
solidify, that's right.
Mhm. Okay, so then the next line item I'd like you to pay attention to is 965 theft.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Okay, so that pertains to note number 6, and it's merely my want to, I see I have 2 note number 5s there. I'm sorry.
yes, you do.
I'm just asking that the board consider some type of line item for health insurance or retirement.
They're calling insurance these days.
Theft, yeah, it always has been. And so there isn't a line item in this budget. Theft,
Sure. So that's legalized gambling.
oh. Okay,
Yeah, but there,
I'm good with that.
I know we don't put anything in there, but there was shrink out there this past year. Shrink in terms of convenience store term. Wood purchases, wood sales minus wood purchases, differentials.
Okay, so
So-
let me just explain. So, there wasn't, what that is that we offered, so wood was $8 a bundle this year. And so what we offered, Dan is quite the salesperson with wood. And so what he told people was if you buy 3, where 3 would be 24. Anyways, they got 3 bundles for 20 or 30 or something like that. I don't remember. It was like a $2. It was like a $2 that they saved if they bought 3 at a time. So would be the difference in.
So
It's
you're,
not- oh,
you're,
you
you're,
think there was theft out there?
Yeah, I'm saying there was about $1,600, and that's, that's on my other sheet of note I lost. But there was like about $1,600 in wood and another $1,200 in ice.
I think where the ice went,
So,
it melted.
Yeah, well.
so,
the
and
problem with
I'm,
The ice too is that when they drop off the ice and they give you a receipt, if you want to have somebody stand there and count the bags as they're putting them in the ice chest, that would be a way to get that proper inventory on ice. What we found is they are always a little high on the invoice. But we don't have somebody to just stand there every time the ice is delivered. And, they might be up cleaning the bathrooms or whatever, dealing with something at the park. They might not even be at the ranger station. But the ice thing is unlocked during the day. It's locked at night. And so, I think that is more the ice company that maybe they're a little high on, the guy said, well, I put 80 in there and you only put 76 in there or something like
Mhm.
that, Because yes, the ice inventory at some point always does show that you should have 18 bags of ice approximately. but you have zero.
Yeah,
So, you know, it's just a cost of doing business. I mean.
shrink, I think
yeah.
is what you called it.
But-
Shrink.
That's what it's called, shrink, you're half short.
But the wood, is part is that you can pay a little bit less if you buy 3 bundles at a time.
Okay, any other questions on expenses?
Also, I would say on that, that your theft item with the benefits and stuff like that. That would have to be some kind of policy, obviously, that is put into place for, you know, whatever that's gonna be and all that, so.
So,
Because if that's gotta be tracked through payroll or something like that, then it's gotta be a set thing. I mean, I guess maybe you're not planning on taking anything out of their check for a premium or something like that. You're planning on.
For loss?
No,
Oh,
no,
oh,
I haven't done anything else with
Okay.
that.
But it is a common practice these days. Employees help pay for their health insurance.
oh yeah,
Very rarely do you find any company that just pays for the health insurance.
No,
Yeah.
normally you get us, and if you don't need the health.
that's
insurance,
80% of
you'll
my
get a
policy
stipend.
is what that
Yes.
is. That number is 80% of my policy.
Yeah.
That's the one I have on myself.
Yeah.
So if I can get insurance, I'm pretty sure the normal person can get covered. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure the normal
Township provided policy.
is all I wanted to do was put a number in there, okay?
He's just
And-
putting
and
it
I'm
cost
encouraging- I'm encouraging a line item be put in this particular fund because I don't believe one is there. What happens if, when we bring these new people on board, that we do have to opt up for insurance, right? For whatever reason, we've got some budget cushion other than contingency.
But then how are you going to do that? Are you only talking about the park manager?
I am just merely,
Because
if you
Kind of
extend it
budget
to
for it if
everybody,
needed.
Seasonal, you wouldn't offer that year round, would you?
as we kind of went down a rabbit hole the other day,
Right, yeah.
on this particular topic about equality, right? That would be something the board had to figure out when it comes time. Today's not the time to do it. If you would like to remove the $16,000 from the budget line item, that's fine. But I'm really encouraging, if we're thinking about bringing on full-time people, we need to begin at least to think about some policy.
Or they might
Right.
want a stipend instead of the policy.
Or Ron, we could move it into a contingency. So for policy.
That's where I
works
was
too.
actually going to put
Let's
it.
go.
That's where I was. Yep,
In, that it can be assigned, it would be higher up in the.
it's just not in this fund.
It's not in this fund
Yep.
because it's never been utilized.
Yep, and all I'm asking
Right.
for board consideration here, really right now, is that we put that line item in there. If we choose not to fund it, I'm fine with that. So can we put the line item in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we put the 16,000 in contingency?
Sure.
There you go.
And when you get that line item number, will you email me, Cheryl? I'm sure it'll be the same as in, let's see, do we have it in any other fund?
Well, we have health benefits, or something like that in the fire fund for Aflac.
I think that-
Somewhere around that number.
Okay,
Maybe a
well,
different number, but-
when you decide on what the proper number is, if you would just drop me a note, I'll get this document updated.
Ron,
Mhm.
quick thing that just popped in, we were talking about benefits, 703 wages. Did you, isn't there some conversation talking around that 40 hours work vacation, 40 hours vacation for an employee?
You know,
Is-
I
isn't that-
neglected that.
Isn't that possibly being mandated by the state?
It is,
Yeah.
it is. And we will have
Congratulations, she
to-
got us again.
we will have to supply it for all the park rangers. Don, I missed that. I missed. that.
Even part-time employees?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, that's a great question. It was installed under, I think, Obama. Trump delayed the implementation of it until, I believe, February of 2023. Fahey Schultz did a webinar on it, so look to their website for all the particulars. But thanks for reminding me. So the labor number that you see there, the 130,000, will increase.
Well, this is not the only shot we have at this.
No, this is merely to,
budget.
Yeah, I know, it just popped in my head though.
merely to get us to a point where we can determine rates.
Called the FLSA, the Fair Labor Standard Act, supposedly.
And Don, it's 40 hours. I said 2 weeks, I think, but I think it's only 40 hours.
I'm trying to get there now.
Boy, I gotta go back and look. If you would, yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was 40. But leave holidays and flexible work arrangements. This is Go Government, Michigan.gov. Says 1 to 3 years, you get 13 days, 3 to 5 years, you get 20 days, 3 to 15 years, you get 20 days, and 15 or more, you get 26 days. Then you get some sick time too.
Yeah, I don't remember that being part of the act. That Fahey Schultz, and maybe it wasn't even Fahey Schultz, I don't know.
The other one that always sends us stuff out.
Yeah,
Other
Micah
legal.
Myers, I think, or something like that. Yeah, thanks for that catch, Don. Anything else you see there? So, how many, yeah, how many employees did the park have last year? Sure.
Well, we hired 9, but 2 really couldn't do the job and only worked, I think, 1 day period. So
So,
we had 7, but that's really not enough,
so 9 would be your number.
I would say, yeah.
All right, so if we had to amend our budget here, 9 times, I'm gonna go with 40 hours unless somebody can prove me wrong. Let's just call that 400 hours. And that's a bigger number than what I like, but it is what it is. So I'm going to, just for the purposes of this conversation, I'm going to change the wage line item from 130,000 to 140,000 to accommodate.
But that would be 95 under 703. Or, because you said move 45 to 702.
Yep.
So what is the new?
The total labor figure is what we're here
those are gonna have to be-
reviewing this budget so we can set rates and dates, right?
Yeah,
And
I
so
was just
the total number is what's important to us, I think.
Yeah, because we
And-
still want to get this split out, but
Yes, and this is a good peek at park and recreation budgets. So we're ahead of the game.
Are you making a proposal from 702 at 45 and 703 at 85? Today, or is it just something to keep on the radar to deal with the LA requirements also? Is that too much?
I'm just trying to move this process along. You're the one after me about the long meetings. And so, yeah, subtract 45K from the 140, that's 95 under 703 and 45 under 702. Break it out. Yep. All good. No problems. Next question.
I just wanted to start getting these numbers in the general ledger. So that's why.
You're not gonna put these in the general ledger.
Are these all gonna change? Well, I mean, I can put your original lot column in there. Well, that's where it has to be to generate the budget. That's where the budget.
Yep, you do what you want to do.
Well, that's what we'll do.
So any other changes to the expenses?
I guess I do have a question. You're showing the expenditures for the boat launch project as coming out of the park fund, but the park fund now doesn't have very much money.
That I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. We can transfer money any day of the week.
Okay, yeah, but that's gotta be board approved.
Understood.
and All that.
So
kind
does
of
the budget.
stuff. Yeah, I get it.
Do we want to set dates and rates today? Because I'm leaving in 20 minutes.
I just was asking whether you are intending to pay those out of the general fund, because that's where the money is, or if you're intending to pay them out of the park fund. So,
And to answer your question, the money has to be moved because in order to track expenditures and revenues, it has to be in the correct fund.
yeah.
Otherwise, you're co-mixing the funds and it
Right.
gets very muddied very quickly.
Yes.
So I answered your question, sorry.
Exactly. Are we good with expenses?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, let's move to revenue. The big
Correct.
question,
So, yes, I do have. Just
I'm
so-
sorry, that business item is closed.
Okay,
That's all right. They might have delayed the vacation sick day program I'm reading.
yeah, the only point, just so from an expense standpoint on underneath, when you get to 970, you had $180,000 actual through December. And you have a number there of 668, 665. You need to drop off the 400. That takes that to 268, 675, and then add back in $12,000, the $10,000 in 703 by increasing that from 130 to 140, and then increasing the wood from 10 to 12. That then that takes that number up to 280, 675.
Are you looking for a total expenditure number?
Yeah, I'm just saying, what I'm trying to do is look at that in relationship to what the current year was.
Okay,
So,
all right, so
and you may have that.
yeah, so I have the Excel, and again, I
Okay.
apologize. I thought I could share just one sheet of Excel, but I couldn't figure out how to do it.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay, so
So
you've got that
the-
calculated.
yep. So the total expenditure number, as we've talked about it today, is 694,540.
And that's with all the changes we made today.
Yeah, and as Don, I think correctly indicated, we would take 400 of the capital expense out of that number. Is that
Yes.
kind of your
Yeah.
math? All right.
Mhm.
So that would leave 294,540 as just, shall I say, annual operation expenses.
And that would be I would suggest that that's the correct number to compare to the current 180, 159.
Okay, yeah, I agree. And yep. All good for you?
Yeah.
Can we move to revenue?
I mean, back up to revenue.
Yeah, we skipped over it.
I was moving on to recreation.
590, line item 590, Cheryl. This number of 150,000 is meant to represent the waterways grant.
Yeah.
So the original number was 200, but I think we billed some portion.
Well, I haven't yet because I was
Okay.
told originally that we had to have the project out for bid before we could start
Okay,
submitting anything for reimbursement. And I believe that, so it's out for bid now, we can probably do that.
so then the correct number here should still be 200,000.
Well, if you're planning on getting all of it in the next fiscal year, yes.
I see your point. Mhm.
Yeah.
Which
So, I
won't
mean,
probably happen. By the time construction gets done, we pay for it and get it billed out. Obviously, in this budget, we've only got 275,000 allotted for that construction this fiscal year.
Yeah,
So we're allowed to,
we may need to, after we see the bids.
right, we may need to adjust this.
Yes.
So back to this 150 number, really, we're allowed to request half of our expenditures
Yeah, we get reimbursed at 50%.
at 50%. So if we took 275 and divided it by 2, can we call it 145?
275, well, half of that'd be 140.
Yeah, I was just,
140.
it would be
I mean,
142, 500.
150, I think it's fine.
Okay,
I don't think that's enough to
okay.
mess with.
And here's typically I would probably build on fees charged. And again, I'm anticipating that we may have some construction related delays.
Yeah.
Not necessarily cancellations, but I just don't really want to over project
I
another 10%
always was
here.
conservative on that. Or tried to be conservative
Mhm.
on that. But I guess I wasn't all that conservative between the last 2 years, but we still went over, but we had another good year, you know. But yeah, we don't know what this is going to interrupt reservations, because like I was thinking, I think I was actually gonna call Rick and see if anything's been submitted, and also thinking about, you know, when the park will open. Okay, so I mean, there's so many variables. Can a contractor get started shortly after the bid is awarded? Can they get something done before you would want to open the park, the normal time the park opens? Or do you have to delay the opening a little bit?
I had one
You know.
call pursuant to this, and the contractor wanted to know if they could cut the trees first and get working on that in early spring, because they wanted to burn the debris on site. Most of it's going to be scrub brush, unusable except for potential
right.
chips.
Yeah.
And if they have to chip and haul off site, apparently that's very expensive because of hauling. And so burn on site, and I referred him to our burn permit process through the DNR.
Right. Yeah.
I don't have an issue with open burning.
Yeah, and I don't know what the bid says about that either.
Yeah, I don't
what the
either.
bid document says about that, but I'm just more concerned with how long it's gonna take to get something to a place that, I mean, because people don't go camping to listen to heavy equipment. So, you know, I don't think we want it going on right at like the entryway, and then have the entryway. First, there'd be an issue of, is the entryway always available to go in and out? And then you don't want a ton of, you know, like
Could you
I
come
say,
up
heavy
with an
equipment
alternative?
going on, and you
way?
have the frost laws to deal with in the spring, although they can move equipment ahead of the frost laws and then leave it there, but some contractors don't want to do that either because they want their equipment always in billable mode, you know?
And secure.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yep, we're gonna have some reductions, potentially.
Yeah. But
There's
this is
no other way
January.
to access the
a little
park.
time on this, and we're gonna know more in February, so.
The next issue I had was with reservation fees. I could go through the detail and count about 130 reservations that were made throughout the year. But there's actually no detail for just the reservation fee. And so I would think, did I miss something?
Well, on the reservation fees, they're posted by the day. So
On the
whatever.
daily sheets.
So, well, there's not a lot of reservation fees on the daily sheets. The most of the reservations fees come in through the website.
Right.
Okay, and so what somebody has to do is they have to, somebody will be getting the authorized.net emails of the daily transactions. And then what they have to do, we have a form for this. It's very easy to fill out. They have to separate because it's all one amount, right? Okay, the reservation fee generated, $5,200 this day. So what you have to do, that is the camping fee and the reservation fee. So you have to separate those two. And then also if there's refunds that day, typically you don't refund reservation fees. That's supposed to be non-refundable. We have done it in some very rare occasions, but you do have to check and see if we refunded any reservation fees or not. But what you're seeing is a daily total. When it says park online reservations under reservation fees, that's the total reservation fees for that day.
And I'm clearly just trying to come up with a number of reservations that were made. And so I counted each online purchase as one reservation.
Yeah, there's a reservation fee for every booking.
Yeah, that's.
Right, and there
yeah.
should be probably 500 to 700 bookings, more than that.
I come up with 130.
Oh, no. You don't get, for reservation fees, you don't get $13,472 out of 130 bookings.
That's what's printed here.
No. You've got 130 transactions. That's what I was trying to explain to you. That is the amount of reservation fees posted for that day.
I get you.
So there could have been.
There might be 100 in the one posting.
You could
Gotcha,
divide
gotcha.
that number by 8 to find out how many.
So we need to find a
Right.
better way to track the number of reservations somehow that come in.
Well, the authorized.net emails tell you every day what you had in the way of charges, how many charges, so that's a booking, and how many refunds. I always did refunds in batches, so we often did, I might only do them twice a month or something like that. So those reports, which you can have those reports, we have to maintain them, for 7 years. But those reports tell you how many charge transactions there were, and there's going to be an $8 reservation fee on every charge transaction because the reservation site cannot waive a reservation fee. So I think there's actually a summary report for the end of the year that
Can you give us a number? Because
well,
the
here
reason I'm
again,
looking for this, right,
right.
is I want to somehow come up with an idea of if we decide to change the rates somehow, up or down, what does that generate as far as revenue?
Okay, well, if
Okay.
you had the total number of transactions for 2022, you could say, okay, in 2022, we had 1,000 bookings, for
Right.
instance.
Yep.
Okay, and I could go into beds 24. I don't know if I can pull up the annual number. I might be able to, but anyway, I know I can. I just don't know if I can do it because I don't do that often. But then you could say, okay, we had 1,000 transactions in 2022, which we had more than that for those reservation fees. Because you can take that 13,472 number and that should be divisible by 8.
Yeah, and that comes out to be 1,681 reservation fees. What am I missing out?
Because
mean,
on every booking, there's a reservation fee, but I will just tell you also that when we refund, if we refund, which is not very often, a reservation fee, those get subtracted out of that as the camping
Right.
refunds get subtracted out of that.
And my point being is, I think I've heard you say it, this budget is not an exact science.
Oh,
So if
no.
I said, okay, 8 into 13,472, 1,681, there's some noise in there, 1,500 on average.
Right.
That's a wing. Okay, so if you take reservation fees up $1, you got $1,500 more. So
Right,
I guess that's why I'm
exactly.
just trying to hand grenade close, put it in and move along. But
Right. That's
Good
what
idea. I like that. Let's do that.
So how much are you gonna up? $1?
it's not-
So, I
Bucks,
mean,
10 bucks?
I'm just
in
saying we're better.
21, you've got that 14,384 number in your prior year actual column. That was 1,798 bookings. And then whatever you said it was for this year, Don, the 13,472 divided by 8 equals 1,684.
Yeah,
I think
and
you're
I,
gonna see the
difference
That's how
between-
many bookings we got reservation fees on.
yeah, but I heard you said there were some other refunds or not too many. So no, that's why I said I just tapped it down to
But that's-
1,500 as to meet your.
Right, yeah.
Right, so.
Yeah.
And the difference between 21 and 22, 21 was the height of COVID. This
No,
was
20
people's-
was.
That's what I said, 21.
20, no, you said 21 and 22. And 21 was the height of COVID.
Season 21 and 22, height of COVID. People were still out and about in 21, 22. For
They-
COVID safety, camping was up.
Camping was way up in 20.
And it
20
was still up in 21.
Yes, that's right.
So if you're anticipating a loss down, not because of park reservations, because I don't think that's really gonna stop anybody. Because for one thing, they're not gonna know about it until they get there.
Know about what?
The
Increase.
not the increase, the construction. A lot of them won't pay attention. Even if you send out a notice, they won't pay attention. They won't know until they get to the campground. Oh, there's construction going on. So I don't believe that's really gonna be a factor in the reduction. If there's a reduction, it's because life has started to go back to normal and they're finding other things to do.
Or
Versus
they
camping.
realize they have $16 trillion in credit card debt.
That's right. And they're not taking as many vacations.
Yeah. So I was just trying to come up with a tangible number
Yeah.
to, you know, how,
Right,
how does it affect our bottom line?
right,
If we raise or lower the fee, $1, $2,
right.
that type of thing. And maybe somebody else already worked on something like that.
Yeah.
So-
Just what Don explained just now is. You know, if you have an average of 1,500 transactions and you raise it by $2, that's gonna be another $3,000 in reservation fees.
And then looking at the wood purchase versus sales, I'm recalling from memory, but I think we had purchases of like, what, $11,000?
11,2.
And then the sales generated 16,400.
Yeah.
That's at 26.51 an hour. That's not a real good
Okay.
use
but
of
you
our
gotta
time.
You gotta remember that services are the name of the game. And
That's
at
true.
campground, you don't have too many services to give me.
That's
Okay, you can maybe give me something to eat, drink, and some firewood.
And
Maybe
ice.
some ice, and you can take rid of my garbage.
A lot of people do buy wood, but I will tell you, there's also people, even though they're not supposed to do it, they.
They
haul in
bring their own.
wood.
Yeah.
But there's also people, if you,
There's not much you can do.
if
about it.
you told them that wood was available, they bring you their garbage and pay you the money to use your garbage can and they just live here. They're not camping. Maybe they'd buy some wood. If I knew I could go drive down to the park and get wood and pop
Well, you
instead
can.
of driving to TC, I'd go to the
We've
park.
sold wood to people who drove in.
I
and
understand
wanted
that,
to-
Cheryl, but not everybody knows that. Not everybody that lives in the community knows that you can bring your garbage to the park
We-
and pay and, you know,
It's kind of expensive to drop off garbage there.
it is.
Yeah.
I didn't
Most
know
people
that was
don't do
even a
it.
thing.
Oh, yeah, I didn't either till I
We have a
watched them do
garbage
it.
Garbage, a bag for $5.
And it's gotta, does it have to be in the
It
red
doesn't
bag? or-
visualize very
No.
much, Ron.
Don't know.
Heidi, I respect what you said, but I believe part of what that particular park has to offer is service. The employees, the atmosphere, the benefit they're getting from the peace and quiet they get from out there and how clean that park is and enjoyable it is.
Well, you
It's a
get,
huge
that's why you
benefit.
go camping. I was just saying.
Well, I've been to a lot of
services.
campgrounds and you don't get that at a lot of campgrounds. Especially ones run by townships. You'd be surprised how bad they are. They're
No, the
not,
state's pretty nice.
non-existent
In cities.
employees. You put your money in a slot and there is nobody there to talk to.
Just the way I like it.
Well,
Yeah,
not if
see,
there's a
some people
problem.
don't like seeing people anymore, so.
That's how come I had a note on other revenue, garbage, fire starters, non-camper dump fees.
Yeah, you need to learn to use punctuation there, garbage fire starters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that Tesla. I was
Hey,
like, oh,
I-
this is
I read it
interesting.
twice.
Fire starters have gotten very popular.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that brings us a revenue of 386,100.
No, you gotta strip out the 150. That
Think so?
grant,
No.
why would you? If you took the CapEx out at the bottom, why wouldn't you take the grant at out at the top?
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
for-
we
for
put it-
your calculations, yeah, I totally.
Yeah, I
understand
agree, you're
that.
386, but.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
just saying,
yeah,
Okay.
I totally
And we're taking
understand.
that out right at the top,
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
grant
that's-
money?
No,
Okay.
you're just taking out of a calculation, you're.
Out of the
doing, we're not
calculation,
taking
yeah,
it
right, yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
The budget.
It just drives me nuts in an operating,
Right.
you know, the CapEx is in.
Yeah, right.
extends,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So,
so the revenue then would be, or suggested revenue would be 236,100.
correct.
And what did I say?
294, 540.
And that's pretty close because the year before, when we didn't get any grants that went into the park fund, it was 243.
Delta 60.
Yeesh.
And I was just mentioning, Don, that's consistent with the year before, when we have zero in the prior year actual column, we have 0 and 590 and it's 243.
Yeah,
So that's
yes.
real
Oh, yeah,
close.
yeah.
Yeah,
I would, yeah, that's kind of the
right.
litmus test for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you said, Don, a deficit of
So we're looking at a delta of
60,000,
approximately
yeah.
$60,000.
around 60,000.
Right.
And well, and you know, quite frankly, just to point out, a lot of that is coming from paying a park manager
Yeah.
$45,000. I was getting,
No,
What
I
does that
doubt,
say?
no doubt.
Plus,
Wasn't-
plus the
it wasn't-
17 and the wage increase for this year for the range.
yeah, the wage
Yeah,
increase
which
for the
we've
other-
all, you know, I totally, so
Yeah,
between
Yeah.
those two numbers,
Yeah,
that's
that
driving,
accounts for
yeah.
all that.
so.
but I think, and there is absolutely no disrespect here meant, is that if we do have a full-time manager out there, even if it decides to be 3/4 time,
Yeah. Oh,
it's
it'll
a
be good.
much more sustainable program. You're running yourself ragged.
Yeah, well, I delegate a lot, as you know. Dan and Peggy do a lot out there. Dan does a ton. But the things that I do take up some time, and and it looks like by the job description, and they should be taking those things over, they're gonna be quite busy.
Yeah.
With,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we should think about a rate increase that might recoup at least some of those costs, if not all of them. Is that?
Well, yeah, I think and I brought this up, 2 meetings ago, November or so, when we kind of talked about this. I mean, you could do something with reservation fees, but you're looking at I'm not dismissing $3,000 or $1,500, but the biggest impact is you're looking at fees charged, and for sake of in 626 round numbers, let's just call it 190,000, a 10% increase in the daily camping rate, which equates to $3 will generate $19,000, should generate approximately $19,000 in income. And so, there's a multiple there that's easy to discuss and talk about. Obviously $6 would bring that up $38,000, eats into that 60. I think the conversation we had was it Tuesday. I reflecting on that, and I'm not sure that I agree with one man's opinion, discounting seasonal camper rates. I think that they have a convenience there, the luxury of not having to pack up or pack
Yeah, I
up.
think
And
they should have to
I don't
pay
think
for
getting a
that
discount, I
gratis.
don't think getting a discount should. So I think there's some avenues there. So, if I'm not sure that the reservation fee is something that is meaningful to address. I think the two parts are looking at the 626 line, the 19,000 and an increase in the daily camping rate and some adjustment to the seasonal. And as I pointed out Tuesday as well, I think we talked about the fact that look at my sheet in front of me. It ended up
When you're done.
that you had at today's seasonal rates with their discount, somebody being there 9.5 weeks, 9.6 weeks is paying $225 per week to be there. I think
That's a gift.
I think that there's some room there that maybe seasonal should be a flat weekly rate times 9.6, and for the 67 nights that they're there, we put something that's more market reflective for somebody that's in a RV that's has the ability to pull it in on the day Thursday before 4th of July, park it, don't have to break it down, don't have to put it back up, and just can traverse to it like it's a bed and breakfast. Yeah. And so, I mean,
I did
So
the increases from the DNR if you want them.
So
On
I don't-
state parks.
so just a second, Heidi. So I'm not here. I'm just trying to give some analyticals on the numbers. I think we have to have a healthy discussion, but I think we have to look at making up that 60. We're not a 501c. I mean, we have the opportunity to run this for profit and benefit the citizens, and we should. And I think ignoring.
Are you still wanting to go with the off-peak and peak rates, 2 different rates?
Cheryl, I thought there was a lot of merit to that. But when I suggested maybe $3, the off-peak would still go up through. They'd all go up 3.
Oh, yeah, no, I get that.
But
Right.
I do think that the rationale between off-peak and peak times, I think, is very solid.
Mhm,
And
yeah.
I would think that that differentiation should stay there, at least my opinion.
Yeah.
So I think the two areas of most interest would be what, do you raise it $3, $6, $9 on the rate? And then I think we should get away from calculating a nightly rate for the seasonal. You're there 9.6 weeks. It's X amount per week. period. And it's going to be more than if they had camp, but they just don't have to move their campers around all the time. So.
Can I jump in ahead of you just for a moment, please?
Go right
Can I just
ahead.
make one little comment about that? So I don't think you want to set a weekly rate for the seasonals, because unless you want to deviate from the seasonal season, it would be per season, not per week.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Well, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Right.
nomenclature would be per season, these 67.
Right.
And yeah,
You
I
get
agree. We're not going to give them a
67.
weekly rate. We're just
No, right. yeah.
internally, we may calculate it that way.
Right, exactly.
But,
Right,
yeah,
right.
exactly, Cheryl. I
Okay, yeah,
100%
I just want to make sure that that isn't set that way, because that
Wh-
doesn't make a lot of sense.
That makes sense.
What was the camping rate for 2022 per night?
Uh,
I've got,
from-
I'll tell you right here.
let's see, from,
Let me give it.
no, I got it right here, May 8th through June 12th, and September 5th through October 1, $30 a night. And then June 13th through September 4th, $35 a night. So you start out with an off-peak season, and then you go to your peak season, which is halfway through June through Labor Day weekend. And then starting the Monday night of Labor Day weekend, when everybody's gone home, you're back down to your peak, your off-peak rate for a month, about a month.
And we still do have May 6th and 7th as free camping weekend. So.
Yeah,
But I.
because that's a lot of work to clean campsites.
So.
Okay, you want your, my
Yeah,
homework
what's
is
the state?
the
type?
state, I went through the DNR of Michigan. They don't have increases or decreases for holidays. Sometimes some do, sometimes states do, sometimes don't. On a holiday though, what a lot of them do is if Halloween's in the middle of the week, it's a holiday. So you pay holiday rates from that Friday to that Friday, or Sunday to Sunday, holiday rates. It doesn't matter when that holiday falls in that 8 days, you pay a holiday rate. Now, they increased for this year, they've increased rustic sites $5 a night.
What are
State,
they?
$5. I didn't, I just put what they increased.
Oh,
Because basically you're going up. So increasing right now, the state, usually the state's between 18 and 29 in different, I did an average of different states, but it was a $5 increase for rustic camping, $2 to $8 per night in a state park just to get in or come and go. They've upped that. In other words, most parks charge you a park pass. In other words, if you don't have a park pass, you're paying $5 a day to drive in and out of the park if you don't have a park pass.
If you don't have the recreation passport, you pay a daily entry fee. But that's usually for people who just do daily. If you're camping there, I believe you're just charged.
Yeah, you just charge a
You're
one-time
just charged a
fee.
camping rate.
But if you come and go and you're not camping and you don't have a passport, they've increased. It used to be $5. Now it's $2 to $8. They've increased that $2 to $8 just to come in the park, whether you're camping or not. And then an overnight campsite, the overall average was $10 up.
But you're not proposing that we put that on our citizens for our part.
No, I'm just telling you what
Okay.
the state,
I
some
just
kind
wanna
of
be clear.
comparison, just some kind of comparison. Now, unfortunately, we have something different in Whitewater because this gives you access to Torch Lake. So what's that worth? I say up it at least 10 to 15 because you're making so many improvements.
10 to 15 what percent? Dollars?
Dollars a day, because if you just go to a regular, if you don't go to a state, you just go to a regular campground owned by a private business, you're gonna pay between 55 and 80.
So I've heard that 55 number from several people listening to the planning commission meeting minutes. I shared with everyone on Tuesday. A friend of mine paid $120 at Jellystone. It's not called Jellystone now, it's called Timber Ridge something. $120 for their camper per night. But they did have full hookups and internet, which is something we could have. We could have internet. We can't have full hookups, but
We could do internet though, and that's, and you know, some people you have to pay extra for the internet. Some campgrounds you pull in, they give you 24 hours of free internet. And then if you want extra internet, it's $5 a day, depending on your speed of the internet you want.
so just to keep part and parcel with our neighbors. If state parks are between, let's say, $40 and $50 a night. That's your $10 to $15 range, Heidi.
Yep.
And Don, you said something about $3 a night. What did you say?
Based on the last year's revenue of $188,000 in reservation fees, I rounded it to 19,000 and said a 10% increase would generate $19,000. And that would apply to a $3 on the off season and $3.50. Yeah.
Mhm. So if we multiplied that by 3, that gets. This for round numbers, just use 4.
So
That was
$9,
my train of thought.
$9 would get you approximately $58,000, 19 plus 19 plus 19, $9. One unit of being $3.
Gotcha. Yep. That's what I was trying to say.
I know.
Thank you.
Okay, we only have electric sites, right?
Yeah.
Nightly rate on those is an average of 48, event rate 58, weekly 288. Peak weekly 308 to 318, depending on the time frame. Maximum stay 1 week. And that was just for,
It stayed
that
2
gives
weeks in
you
state
water,
parks.
and that's giving you water and
Oh, yeah,
electric.
no, it is.
Yeah.
And here too. Maximum stay 1 week, that's not a. The state parks are 2 weeks. The big parks anyways, I know, like Traverse City and Ludington and stuff like that.
So
And they also charge you if you store your boat or your RV somewhere or a car. $5 a night, 15 weekly, 45 monthly, 240 winter.
and I do believe that is one source of revenue we have not explored.
Well, you got to be
We have a
careful.
storage policy. We don't get a lot of call for it, but we do charge for storage, $5 a night.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
That's a board
and you gotta-
policy that was put in place several years ago.
So
You got to be careful in like
I
the
didn't see
state.
that as a line item in the, but it's.
state
It's just
camp-
put under other revenue.
Sure.
The
sure.
state
It's
camps,
not enough to say so.
the state campgrounds are not doing rentals anymore, and most private are getting away from it because people leave them there for so long, they don't come back and get them.
And then
And also at Whitewater, that overflow camping, the overflow lot is, oftentimes, when people can only have 2 vehicles at their campsite. You start getting more vehicles than that at the campsite, the fire chief,
Right.
then we can't get emergency
Problem.
vehicles through
Yep.
there.
Problem.
So if they've got more vehicles than that, then they get to take them down to that overflow camping spot, or I'm sorry, parking lot. And so there really isn't always a lot of room down there to store things. And the policy that the board agreed to was that the people could only store units there if they had been in the park within the last 14 days or something like that. But there is a set policy on that.
Can you provide that to us?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't recall that.
Oh, yeah. Because you wanted, you didn't want people to be able from the township to just be able to go out there and store things. Because, I remember that discussion. You didn't want people from, like somebody's got
Sounds
a
familiar.
trailer
Sure.
They can't just, I mean, like a utility trailer, they
Right.
can't just take it out there and store it. It has to be camping related. And they have to have been in the park, I believe, in the last 14 days.
Okay.
And we do get also, but they get charged for a site. So that's a different thing. They get charged for a site.
So, you have the math on the park, the reservations, just thinking, and again, for not advocating, just throwing out a starting talking point here. And I agree, your point was not to do the week. So if you just looked and said, right now, we're at, it works out to be $2,152. And if you said, we're going to take in a increase of, instead of being and I'm vernacular in this terms, $224 a week to $325 a week. That takes it to $312 for the season, plus the $8 reservation fee. That's $3,120. That would generate approximately, if you have 12 sites rented for the season at that rate, an additional $11,500 in gross profit.
But isn't that an increase of about 50%?
Whatever the math is.
224.
225 to 325. So
Yeah, that's.
I said it was a start. I said it was a start. So
So I wrote down 2152, 3120 for the season. Is that the right?
that, yeah, it
And
would be
you
the
broke
new.
it down to the week? Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to
So-
frame it and saying it went from 225 to 325 in my analyticals. And
In
that
your
will generate
calculation.
11,500.
Yeah.
I know, but that seems like a huge jump.
So
So
here's what I've heard in the phone calls that I've taken. That's our summer home.
Oh, yeah, people do
So
love to come up there.
If I could have a summer home for $3,000,
That's pretty cheap.
that's pretty cheap.
I can't
Oh,
even
and
rent
wait,
this
I can
home
put
up
my
there.
boat in and out. Let's see, the boat pass, annual boat pass would be another $20.
$25.
40 for non-resident. No, those went up. I'm sorry, 60 for non-resident.
60 for non-resident. Okay, so for under $3,200 a year, I can have a summer vacation spot. All summer. That I can come to and leave
For 67 nights.
all summer.
Well, you come
Nine
in.
9.5 weeks. It's
No, you're not there very much of June at all. They come in the Thursday before 4th of July weekend,
and leave the Monday after Labor Day.
Monday of Labor Day
Main
weekend.
Monday of Labor Day. It's the two best months.
Yeah. So that's cheap.
It is, it's extremely cheap. Especially because you're getting Torch Lake. You're getting a direct route to Torch Lake there.
personally, I happen to think Elk Lake is better than Torch Lake.
I was
Well,
gonna say,
I-
I think Elk is better than.
People are thinking when they come there.
They're
Okay?
wrong.
We agree.
So Don, the 3120 number was calculated by using a nightly fee of what?
I did not do a nightly fee. I just said we're
Percentages.
getting away from the calculation of a nightly fee to getting rid of a weekly. Today, from a reference standpoint, it's approximately $225 a week. Taking that up to $325, multiplying that by 9.6 weeks gets me to $3,112. And then there's the $8 reservation fee, so that's $3,120. And it's the term. You are defined for $3,120. You are the Thursday before 4th of July, leaving the Monday after Labor Day, and there's 12 spots.
So let me get this straight. I could buy a $40,000 camper. Put it on this lot for $3,200. Turn around and short-term rental it for $30,000. Because,
We don't allow.
Let's not open that can of worms.
well, I'm just saying, the house,
Seriously,
the one house next to me gets $40,000 for the same period in time.
I already know that's an issue.
They're not even on the water.
And they're not on the water,
Near-
and they got a neighbor like me.
All right, so they should get a discount.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So instead of dealing with proposed, it may happen. Let's talk about Don's proposal of the 325 times the 9.6 weeks. How do we all feel about that?
Okay, first of all, you're only increasing the seasonal campers, correct?
No,
No,
Well,
and there's
this is
two
the
parts to
first-
this equation. There's two
Right.
parts to this equation. I think she's talking about part one.
Yes,
Okay,
I am.
okay.
Plus the $8 reservation fee or whatever it happens to be that we increase it or don't increase it, plus the $60 boat launch pass that has to be paid.
They pay that when they get there. They can't do that on the website.
Right, but it's part of what
Yeah,
the
right. yeah.
consideration is gonna be. And I don't know if we're planning on raising boat launch fees or not for annual fees, but just what we've talked about here today. So in order to move this process along, are we all agreeing that this is what we want to do for the seasonal campers?
I'm good with it. I think it's still a deal, quite frankly.
I think you're getting dirt cheap. You're getting cream of the crop for dirt cheap. But
Sure.
that's my opinion.
You can try it. See what happens. So I wrote down seasonal sites will be $3,112 per season, plus the $8 reservation fee for a total of $3,120.
That is my math as well.
And then I have a note from previous conversation that a $3 increase generates 19,000. 19 times 3 is about 60. So that would take the nightly rate off peak from 30 to 39. Peak rates from 35 to 44.
Okay, how did you get the off peaks currently 30?
Yep. So using, correct me if I'm wrong, Don, you said $3 raise, which is a 10% raise. So you must have started with a 10% math calculation off of our 188 number. Okay. And so that equated to $3, generating 19,000.
Correct. That's correct.
So if we want to generate 60,000, we would multiply that basically by 3. We'd be a little short, but it's supplemented by the seasonals.
Yeah, the only thing that I think you misstated, and you're right on the off seasons go from $30 to $39 a night. And the peak ones are currently 35. And that would go up 10.50, so that would go to 45.50 a night.
Oh, 10%. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
okay.
difference. Okay, thank you.
So peak rate would be 45.50.
Yes.
And please just make it a solid number because the less we gotta deal with quarters.
Yeah, I was just gonna
the
say
better.
that changes the issue.
Just make it
This is
45.
this is an online transaction.
Oh,
There is
okay.
no coin.
Okay.
I know, but
Yeah,
some
but the
people
same
do
rate-
pay at the ranger station and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's just a much easier,
Then make it
especially for the
46.
website, that it be
46,
a
we're
whole
gonna
number.
move on.
45, 46.
46, move on.
45.
46 is my vote.
This is a big increase, bigger than what we've ever done before in one season. You know, we've always increased it a little at a time. This is the first time it's been a big jump. And I know you said that these increases were to make that goal of the 60,000. Is this also part of the increase for the seasonal that we're already going to be making? How much did you say on the increases?
Well, that's gonna be about a $12,000, because last year they were just over 2,000, and now they're going to a little over, so I'm just rounding it about $1,000 increase per seasonal times 12 sites is 12,000.
Yes, I had you're talking about the seasonals. I had it calculated at 11,500.
Yeah.
And Ardell, as I brought up before, this was a question of getting the P and L stable and adding, if we add another $10,000, that's just revenue to be generating towards future capital, maintenance capital, capital needs. The park has start, we
Doing
believe that the
things.
park should be funding some of these projects. So I don't think it has to be a balance to the, if we generate $11,000 more than the P and L because of the seasonal change, then that's $11,000 more in capital expenditures. that we have.
My point of the question is that there was a $60,000 projected number put out there and 12 of it has already been accounted for. I wanted to know if the numbers that you were talking about for the increase had already taken that into account.
No, I'm looking, what I'm projecting is roughly $58,000 plus 11, like 70. Yeah.
Not 60.
Yeah, and that 70 is a matter of two things. Number of fluff, because we don't know, to Cheryl's point, there might be a little bit of degradation this first year. I don't think that there will be.
Wow.
I think and on top of that, if it generates, then that goes into the fund that we can continue to use for capital.
But I just want to remind you guys that it's not just out of towners that use our park. Our citizens do too.
Sure.
And I've been told in the past, we don't have an ability to give them a different rate.
Maybe we should.
Yeah, that
That complicates the reservation system.
dramatically.
Dramatically.
So you're not saying legally we don't have an option. You're saying it's an inconvenience for us.
Well,
I didn't see.
Oh, no.
as a kid, we used to get a free
Not you.
boat pass when we paid our
Mhm.
taxes. So that process stopped, I think, due to some type of
Because you'd have to treat
perceived-
everybody the same.
perce-
Either everybody pays or nobody pays.
some perceived inequality.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
how it goes.
When you
Um,
have a state, when you have, and the boat launch has received waterways funds in the past and is about to soon, we hope. They dictate that everybody has to be treated the same.
Yeah.
You can't have different rates for different people.
And I'm not advocating any increases in the boat ramp, given the construction that we're likely to have. I think that. I don't
And
think
those
that-
were raised substantially
Yeah,
last year.
Right. And I don't,
Well,
the-
I can tell you, I don't use that boat ramp and I rarely use Skigmog. And on average, I paid $13 to float the boat.
Well, the recreation passport gets you into Skigmog, so you just paid what, 12 for that or something? That's as many times as you want to launch.
The point is it can't accommodate the boat,
Can't.
right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the next rate you want to look at? Because we need to move this along. I'm gonna get a blood clot if I sit here too much longer.
Well, do you have a date rate and sheet or something like that?
Well, this is the one from last year. So, I mean, you've chosen a new off-peak season rate, a peak season rate. You've chosen a new seasonal rate. We do make several $1,000s off the additional adult sleeping units too, that you audit the park and you see who set up a tent. Well, they're asked to declare it at check-in. Some do, some don't. And that's $20 per night. And that was an increase last year, I believe, from the year before.
what was the increase from the year before?
I can't remember now, but I just remember it was an increase.
So we thinking 20 to 25 on that?
I mean, if that's what you want to do.
I'm just throwing it up for discussion purposes.
People balk at that, but when they have additional people on their site, it's more toilet paper. It's,
Mhm.
Now you're talking $66 a night. For a family that's got 6 adults there.
well.
That's pretty good, because you have
But,
to get
but
3
see, it's
hotel
how
rooms.
many tents are they sleeping in? There's some big tents. If they're all sleeping in the same tent, then it's the regular rate. It's how many extra tents are they setting up?
It's not additional adults, it's
And is
additional
the tent,
tent.
is a tent considered a sleeping?
Is that what you're saying?
Additional adult sleeping units. The law
Sleeping
is you can
units, okay,
only
I'm sorry.
have one RV unit on a site. But you can have, we only allow one extra tent. On on a site.
A sleeping
That's
tent, right?
because state law says you can't have any more than 8
Not a food
people
tent.
on a site. We tried to keep it more to 6.
And your verbiage on the webpage is when more than one adult camping unit is placed on a site.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, I
we're
didn't
increasing
hear.
that to 25.
I mean, because you'll have people tell you, oh, well, it's just for storage. No, no, there's no such thing as a storage tent.
Well, that's why
It's a storage tent because but then they're having somebody sleep in it.
Yeah, there's a difference when you see a pavilion or a
Screen tent.
put
We don't
up, and
charge
they've
for
got
those.
their food in there and
Right.
there's a difference between types of tents
Yeah, that's
or
right.
canopies.
Screen tents don't count.
And you're also being pretty nice. That cancellation fee, it's usually one night of camping. Not $8, but okay.
Well, that's what it depends on when yeah, no, the cancellation fee is $8. You forfeit the reservation fee plus 1 night of camping.
Okay.
And less than 14 days notice, there's no
Isn't
refund at all.
there
Unless
an
they-
emergency or something?
Well.
They gotta have a note.
It's.
No, it says it right on the site. You gotta have a note.
It's under limited circumstances approved by the Parks and Rec Administrator. And they used to list the circumstances, and we found that was not a good thing to do, to list them, because then everybody has one of those.
Well, that gets pretty,
It gets abused. There are legitimate reasons to refund, although we rarely refund the reservation fee, but there are times that we refund all of the camping fees.
So Don, are you suggesting we raise that from 20 to 25 then? I mean, we just raised it last year.
Threw it out there for conversation's sake, Ardella.
I guess I'm just,
25?
Sounds good. Keep going.
So you're leaving the reservation fee at 8? Did you say?
I didn't have anything proposed on that. But somebody else can feel free to throw out a conversation point if they'd like.
My thought is we've covered what we needed to cover.
So there are some other
Fees wise,
rates.
you mean? Now we need to talk about the dates.
Well, there are some other rates. Do you want me to just list these and you see, I mean, okay, so there would be, the ice, wood, boat launch, we raised those a bunch last year. The pavilion is $100 a day, dump station, $20 a time for non-campers. Garbage, $5 a bag, storage, $5 per night per the storage policy. Cancel or change a booking, $10 per booking. We don't always charge that, but some people have numerous changes and it gets annoying.
Let me address the ice and the wood first. Ice gross profit margin is 50%. Now that's by industry standard, that's a little high. The wood's at 30% gross profit margin. That's a little low, but between the two of them, that's, it's a reasonable profit margin for those products. So
The ice rates will maybe go up during the season. They did this last year, a couple, 3 times. But
what's
our
ice
$4
now?
Huh?
$4 a bag.
Thank you.
So I
And
tried to
what are they,
download a
5
price
10-pound
list you could
bags?
from the website.
7.
Were you able to get it from the website?
No, I copied, pasted it to another sheet and then retyped it all.
So can you provide us with a rate sheet, Cheryl?
Yeah, this is what was in last January's board packet.
Okay,
These are all the rates and dates. My typical rates and dates memo,
okay.
dates and rates memo. You want me to send you the dates and rates memo?
I can get it from the last January packet,
Okay,
but I went to the website to try and find something and I couldn't. that are-
We don't list them all on the website, on the online reservation site. Some more of them are listed on the Whitewater Township website under Whitewater Township Park. But we don't list them on the website because you can't. I don't know. I think wood and ice was on there. I'm not sure. It might be in a different paragraph or something. Are you leaving ice and wood the same then, or?
I think that's what I heard recommendations.
I'm suggesting that stay the same.
All other rates the same?
How much do you charge for showers?
The showers are programmed to take quarters only, and it's however many quarters you want to feed in.
2.5 minutes for a quarter.
Yeah. And we had those all reprogrammed a couple years ago. You used to get a lot more time
Recalibrated.
than that. And we had that guy that owns Eastfield Laundry. He works on those things all the time. Those coin box things, and we had him change those. And the guts had to be replaced. And we went to 2.5 minutes for a quarter.
I mean, I did look at them analytically, but I didn't feel like there was anything significant enough or warrant anything that felt if we did those top end ones, then that would be adequate.
Are we good?
What about the
I think that
pavilion?
addressed all the fees.
Do you think anybody's gonna be renting it while we're doing construction down there?
You know, I'm really fine with the pavilion the way it is, $100 for that.
Yeah,
I,
I mean, it's not.
that's not much.
Plus you're giving them porta potties. There's
Yeah,
not a,
there's not a lot of services there.
And I'm
Well, let's be honest, this year, we're not adding any services. We're just adding inconvenience from our construction,
Right.
but we're raising rates significantly. On a year, we're not adding benefit. I'm just saying, just to footnote.
but we've added a lot of costs last year and we're gonna add more costs this year. It's got to start sometime.
We heard from a parade of people how important this park is to their, not just their daily lives, but to their family's lineage
That's right.
is the only way I can say it.
There's
So,
people that have been coming to that park for over 50 years.
and so if you have a terrific product that people like, you don't charge less.
And say charge less.
I know.
I said, you know,
Can
in
we
the
move
past.
the
we've
dates
been-
so we can get this meeting over with?
Sure.
Sorry. Okay.
Do you have a date recommendation, Cheryl?
Whatever you guys think. Well, I mean, I just don't know, you know, you've got to set some dates, but then the construction project is the big question mark out there. I don't know
Why-
what to do with that.
Why do you see that as a big deal?
Well, because it sounded like that you all were in favor of having the entry done in the spring, this spring. And I just know that that's gonna take some time. And is that gonna affect, I mean, because we don't know. We are planning to award a bid in early to mid-February. But can the contractor get started on it right away? Or are they gonna be several weeks before they can start on it? Then you got the frost laws that affect the movement of heavy equipment.
What's that have to do with the opening of the park?
Yeah, what does that have to do with, can't we just set dates now? and We have to delay it. We just fix them later.
Well,
I mean, come on, don't
I
make
think
this
if I'm
bigger than it has to be.
Think if I'm understanding correctly. Cheryl is concerned about this entrance right here,
that's right,
which kind of separates the boat ramp from, right?
right.
And so what I recollect, and I could be wrong, is that the proposed boat wash station was supposed to take off somewhere between here and here, right?
Uh-huh.
And so this is what's going to be interrupted. I don't think this flow through of the traffic pattern is going to be interrupted. I do see anything down here impacted.
Well,
boat ramp, for example. I agree. I think the
But-
boat ramp is the highest
Well,
suspect.
and
but
you were
the
talking
camping-
about doing the boat ramp in the fall, and so to me, you close the ramp early, right after Labor Day weekend to get that done. And, you know, that parking lot should. Well, I know, but the problem is what are you gonna do about the ranger station? Is that gonna be moved somewhere? Because the flow in is that people aren't gonna be going, checking in, they're not gonna be going in and out that drive to the top there. They're gonna be coming to the south of that island there, and that's where they're gonna check in.
I don't see how that has
Okay,
anything to do with the.
can't we
date.
just
Well, because that all
fix
has
this
to be
later?
built. That's new road that has to be built there.
Yeah, but
and
we
then
don't
the
know when
ranger
they're gonna
station
do
has
that.
to be
We don't know
moved.
when the construction is gonna start.
It would be very easy to have a portable. Did you and I talk about this?
I sent it to you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I
Um,
don't have your.
No, I get it,
Somewhere
but
with
I'm just
I think the
saying.
ranger station gets
That
moved
little
up to
shed
the
is-
sign.
Yes, yes.
What was
It was an example of how
The
easy it
ranger
would
station is
be
at the sign right
to
now.
put something
Oh,
together
it
for
isn't.
somebody to work out of.
I'm talking up by the cell tower.
Oh, God, no, not way down there.
Why not?
Well, first of all, where would you put it? That's county, that's.
No, it
that's-
isn't. We own that property.
We do.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
So I mean,
You
we can
gotta
get the
have
ranger station
Electricity,
right out of the way.
yeah, I don't know. Well, if that's what you wanna do.
Well, we
I don't think
can
it's gonna
always
be-
change
it's
it.
not
It's
gonna be
January.
How does this pertain to dates? I'm confused.
I don't either, but let's get going.
Because
You're gonna
I
have
think
trouble.
Charlie's thinking-
When did we open last year?
Last year, we opened on Friday, May 6th with free camping weekend for 2 nights.
Yep, 5 and 6.
This year.
Well,
Friday,
this
May
year,
5th.
5 and 6 on a Friday and Saturday.
5 and 6 are Friday and Saturday.
5 and 6 is free camp weekend. Any complainers?
I just want to verify that those are actual dates. 5 and 6. Okay, yeah, because it was May 6th before. So you want to set May 5th will be the opening day. With 5/5 and 5/6 free camping weekend.
I might recommend a tortilla truck out there.
Well, see, that's what I was thinking. If we're interrupting people, why don't we just have the ice cream man come or a food truck or
Ice cream man already does come to the park almost every night. in the
there you
season.
go.
And we're
Kinda
missing
funny
revenue every.
Yep,
time
we're
we
missing-
visit.
yep, every time he visits,
Well,
we
if you
should
wanna
have
get
ice
your
cream.
ice cream truck.
No, you could actually have a frozen one.
Narrow
Frozen one.
it down. What other dates are we talking about here? So we got 5 and 6 free camping
Then you
weekend.
know,
Park
need to
is
know what,
open.
so the off-peak rate. Will
Dates.
start 5/7. Okay, because you got the 5th and 6th that are free camping. 5/7, and then when do you want the off-peak rate to go through? We usually go to about mid-June. Last year we went through June 12th.
So then let's go through. June 12th, last year would have been a Sunday. Correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, so then they have to go through June 11th.
so off-peak rate will be 5/7 to 6/11, you said?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, and then the peak rate will be 6/12 through the Sunday night of Labor Day weekend. Which is September 3rd through 9/3. So then the off-peak rate will begin 9/4. And what's the night you wanna close the campground? good luck getting people to work, after October 1st, other than just getting the park closed down. So what night do you want to have the Halloween party? The last Saturday is September 30th. Then you would close, October 1st if you follow what's been done in the past.
So why couldn't we just allow the park to stay open for rustic campers until,
You don't hardly get any.
like late October?
You don't
I
hardly
think
get any.
We've stayed open later.
When I first
And-
came on, the park was open through about the 15th of October. We get very few requests for that. If it's really nice, people will call and say, are you still open? But if it's not nice, you won't have 5 campers a night.
And you can't tell what the weather's gonna be like.
It's not worth it.
Managers.
I'm not saying staff,
Sunny.
I'm saying it's a
Well, then
honor
what you'll
system.
have, if you don't have somebody coming in the morning to audit, because people do sneak in at night. So if you don't have somebody out there in the morning by about 8 o'clock, they're not gonna pay. So you're just giving them free camping. And then they're using the bathrooms and all that, and they see nobody's around and,
Things get damaged. You wouldn't be able to leave the bathrooms open. They'd have to
Right.
use porta bathrooms, which means stuff happens in those too.
yeah, it does. Mhm.
Okay.
Trash
So
gets dropped off in a.
Well, you have the Halloween party. So
10-1.
That, what weekend is
So
that?
we say 10-1 officially closed. That way, if on 9/31, did I say 9/31?
No,
There is no such thing.
No,
9:30.
9/30 would be,
that's Saturday.
that Saturday, that'd be the Halloween, the day of the Halloween party.
Yeah.
And then the staff would have the very next day to finish closing things down.
Well, no, what happens is it takes a lot to close down the park. Lots of things have to be cleaned, put away. That can take a couple, 3 weeks. The office has to be packed up, blah, blah, blah. Vendors have to come out and take care of, things. They have to come out and get the pit toilets, that type of thing.
Yeah, it's a calendar stuff.
Close down the bathhouse.
Get it, there's a lot of things.
Right. So I'm
Park's
just
closed 10-1.
at noon on 10-1, and then you got all those campsites to clean. Because we're usually full on Halloween. So that day, you're just cleaning campsites. That's it.
Want to do anything with recreation or we want to push it off?
We table that too.
Come back to that if you don't mind.
I'm gonna be late for my next appointment. I need to step away and unless we can finish up here right quick.
So, rec fund is gonna be moved to a different meeting.
Yeah, there's gonna be way too many public comments. I need to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think
Somebody else can have.
we could, it's tabled and we could look at, we have a meeting scheduled for the 24th. We could try to feather it in there and I think we'd go through the fire fund first and if we can work
Yeah.
the rec in.
I agree.
Right, yeah.
In agreement.
Yeah. The rec's short, but I think the fire is way more important to get, not way more important, but I think that could be the more comprehensive of the two.
Okay. I make a motion that we adjourn.
Whoa.
You gonna do-
No.
I'm-
I don't have to.
Cause I gotta use.
I guess I'd be okay. I got a door right here.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. We have public comment. I'm sorry. I was seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. and-
It was a train.
Okay, somebody start public comments then.
Yeah.
So was I.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Was he coming back or not?
Oh, boy. Yeah, he's just trying to shovel an appointment that he had.
Okay, good. Then I'm gonna get back.
We're all supposed to be somewhere.
Yeah. Heidi ducked out to the facilities.
Are we at motion to adjourn yet?
Oh, I tried that. They caught me.
Okay, so we're in public comment or board's comments and discussions?
The latter.
Yeah, board's comments and discussion.
Board comments or discussions?
Are you still taking public comments?
We're
Or
not
is
at
that
public
after?
comment yet. Any board comments?
No.
Okay, public comment. Out in Zoom, if you would like to raise your hand, use the raise your hand function. We will call on you. We're going to take public comment first here in the Township Hall. So if there's anyone who would like to make public comment, please come on up.
Hi again, Frank Highmore, Bags Road. I'd first like to make a general observation. You know, we've been following these meetings now, PC meeting, ZBAs, everybody for about a year. And what happens to the public is they get misinformation. And the misinformation becomes from statements that are made in this quorum that we later find out, because now it's on Zoom, you know, it's like the internet. When it goes out there, it's out there forever. And we can go out and investigate that. And we find out that many of the statements were incorrect or incorrectly said. So I just, my comment would be that, you know, we make sure that what we say, you know, when we make a comment, or at least I'll put myself in it. When I make a comment, I reference ordinances, I reference procedures, I reference code violation, you know, I reference everything in my statement so they can be taken. So it just gets out there and then people are misinformed. Second thing, you don't have to reinvent the wheel on this, on our complaint. It has happened. We have been in total conversation with the State Land Division Office. They have told us this happens actually quite a lot. They have also told us that the land generally reverts back to the original owner. So think about that. They have torn down buildings and structures because of nonconformance to the ordinance. Ardell, as to answer your question, why did it take from March to August? Good question. It was education, investigation, and discovery on our part. First of all, we first found out about it in that first meeting, that PC meeting. But we were going along thinking all there was the zoning ordinances. And all the zoning ordinance says, yeah, you got to be 1 to 4. Cool. Well, in our investigation, all of a sudden we find out that, hey, there is a whole book of ordinances kept under lock and key that is not on the website, that we aren't privy to. And in that is ordinance 26, which is our land division ordinance. So in that that's why it took from March to August before we put our complaint in, because we didn't even know, heck, we didn't even know 26 existed. And it's funny because here's 26. All you know it, Bob, or Ron knows it, everything. This is 32 pages, which is on the website. There's only 7 to 9, depending on which one you look at. It's only 7 to 9 pages in the ordinance. You know, so that's how disarray this ordinance is. But when you ask the question, what do we have to do? What is our next step? And I say, follow the law. It's very clear. Any parcel, tell me if you have any interpretation of this. Any parcel created in non-compliance with this ordinance shall not be eligible for a building permit, zoning approvals such as special land use approvals, or site plan approval. Anybody have any problem with that? Is there interpretation needed? I say no. What's the next step? You have to execute and record a deed restriction with the county register of deeds in a form acceptable by you guys, designating the parcel not buildable. There's your next step. Do that. It's in your rules right here. It's in your laws. There is no time limitation on discovery of a code violation. At least in our conversations with the state, that's what they told us. So again, buildings have been torn down. The land is reverted back to the original owner. So they take this very seriously. The guy, when we talked to him, just couldn't believe it. And we have their information if anybody needs to go on with that. And I think that's about it. Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, there's that quarter.
Here.
It's underneath your left foot.
Yes.
Oh, you guys didn't have to pay
Oh,
me.
no, it's see how so many kids.
We know you all care. I didn't mention my name when I spoke earlier, Vicky Beam on Bags Road, but I'm pretty sure you all know me. You asked as I mentioned, the planning commission appointees if they would follow the law, but we're sitting here listening to all the conversation and some of you are talking about you not doing that. I mentioned in the very beginning that I hadn't attended meetings. It was a learning curve. And my assumption was that all of you are protecting us and following the ordinances. So shame on me. And I echo what Frank said. There were FOIAs being done. There was everything that we could be having going on being done. So maybe it took a little bit longer, but I'm pretty sure that the clerk is in communication with the Bags Road properties. So maybe you can let them know this. When Mr. Van Slocum has said that we were in violation. Jim and I pulled all permits. We were had to go through our inspections to make sure we were doing everything right. When our excavator moved dirt, it was all done according to permits. So I take great exception in hearing him commenting that we are in violation. Couldn't be more from the truth. Again, did everything. A lot of conversation was mentioned about this is going to cost the taxpayers. I've heard you guys up here talking about playgrounds, and if there was a lawsuit, oh, don't worry about it. We have insurance. I'm pretty sure you have errors and omission insurance for this. I know I certainly have it for my business. And you're right, people do make mistakes. That's part of why there's errors and omission insurance. This parcel deviated from the 4-to-1, but we cannot, up to this point, find any documentation to prove why that happened. The clerk mentioned let the variance stand, but there is no variance. There's not been any documentation about that. Your ordinances state what the penalties are. I didn't stand up here and say somebody should be thrown in jail. I didn't say somebody should have a misdemeanor. I read your ordinances. That's all I did. I am so tired of hearing that we are the Bags Road people, that we're doing this because of not wanting to see things. No, we're wanting you guys to do this according to the laws. I am not Ron Pop's puppet, and I take great offense in that as well. I'm tired of the slander, quite honestly. there's a different survey out there. You know, DeBono's owned it when we bought, so there's a different survey. And you all kept going back to, I get it, once you ring a bell, you can't take it back. But let's follow this. If I stole a car and I sold it to you and you bought it, it's still a stolen car. And you sold it to somebody else, it's still a stolen car. And if it's found, it's going to be taken back to whoever it came from. Kind of the same thing that's happening here. Again, don't put words in my mouth. Please don't do that. We are simply pointing out a wrong. The zoning administrator, again, can vary if the landowner requests it. And we have not seen any of that since day one, and we've been asking for it. Thank you for your time.
Connie Highmore, Bags Road. During your earlier break, I gave the people who wanted it the second split that happened a year, 11 months after the original split. Plenty of time for A to have a correction if it needed it. Someone already mentioned if you would have squared block the orange off, it would have been 4-1. Plenty of time before all these parcels. I did my investigation on my land. When you said, Cheryl Goss, that I should have done due diligence on somebody else's parcel, I did it on my own. I am 4-1. And so are the rest of these parcels. I wasn't around when this parcel was purchased by DeBono or by Van Slocum. Well, I was when Van Slocum bought it. I was concerned about my own parcel. I bet you don't investigate all your neighbors' parcels, or maybe you do. This investigation began for us when the site condos came on board. That's when we found out the ordinances were such a mess. It led us to the greater than 1-4 issue. It took a long time to find out all the information we needed with no help from anyone here. When people stood at this podium and asked for clarification on that, it was silence. Silence for all these people who have brought it up time and time again in these public meetings. No comment. So that forced us all this time it took us to investigate this. I have a box in my car of books and paperwork and documentation, contact people, phone numbers. You said go to the ZBA. Your ZBA made some big mistakes this year. They took a parcel of land that someone came in to Bob Hall and asked for a building to be moved to get it within the setback. And it's all the ZBA focused on. They didn't realize that a little tiny shed went to a 2-bedroom home where there's already a house on that property. Checks and balances, ZBA. How did that happen? I take great offense, Clerk Goss, to your comment to the supervisor that he had contact with my family, with my husband and I, and the attorney. There is no way. I have more respect for the supervisor. He would never do that, and he didn't do it. My neighbors and I have been named in an email by the clerk to the developer. Karen Boyd referred to that earlier today. We've been called troublemakers, Bags Road people, and Ron Pop's puppets by officials in this room. For the record, and for the second time, I request that our character stop being attacked. We are United States citizens and taxpayers in this community. I want the elected officials to stop attacking us in this way. It's ridiculous. Our FOIA revealed nothing about a non-compliance or what you're calling a variance for this 4-1. That would have been given to you or to Bob by Morrison Orchards. It's not something he can concoct. Read what it says in there. Morrison Farm must demonstrate a reason for non-compliance to the 4-1. I FOIA'd that. And you can look at the email thread. There are more than one time that we said, is that FOIA complete? Because we were looking for that documentation. We were looking for someone's documentation. It says right in the zoning administrator that he has to document all records. He's required to keep all records. That's a big deal. I don't know if he didn't know that it was greater than 4-1. If this gets swept under the rug, you will set a precedence in this township for errors. And this will become the wild, wild Whitewater. Every single person in this township, including the developer, should be aware that this is your township making these mistakes, and these are the solutions that you're going to come up with for these errors. It is beyond frightening.
I honestly don't think that there can be any more said than what the 3 previous speakers have said. Connie and Frank have done a lot of investigating, and they've opened our eyes to what's going on. We've been called liars up here, telling us we don't know what we're talking about. Obviously, when Vance Slocum was here today, he had no clue. He never said once anything about the legal division being, the ratio being off. He never mentioned that. He mentioned how we didn't want houses next to us, that we didn't want a subdivision. What about the guy on the south side of his property? That's none of us. We've asked those questions too. All along that strip, there's multiple lots, and every one of those lots has had work done to it. There's been calls in. We haven't heard anything back. We are doing our due diligence. We are asking that you do the same thing. It was illegally split. It's plain and simple. Is it a bad thing? Yeah, it's bad for everybody, but it needs to be fixed, because if it's not fixed, what's the next property that's going to happen to?
Anyone else? All right, we will go out to Zoom. And Maggie, I see you have your hand up. Can you unmute? I think you'll find it in the lower left-hand corner.
Okay, there we go. I found you.
There you go.
Sorry about that. You guys got a lot on your hands here. I'm going to comment on the park rates for this year. And Ron, you did use my words that I spoke with you on the other day about my summer home. And yes, this is my summer home at Whitewater Park. I can't afford to rent a home for $10,000 a week on Torch or Elk. I do have a camper that I live in 5 months out of the year. And that is my home. And I'm on a fixed income as a senior citizen, and I'm sure some of you can appreciate that. And I cannot afford to go to some glamorous RV park somewhere either. How many of you are campers? Any of you? Thank you. Have you done any homework on the rates that other parks are charging in your area? Have you seen the amenities that they offer with those rates? The rates that you're proposing. At Whitewater, we love being there. It's a very serene, rustic site, but the only amenity we get is electric to our site. And now you're going to ask me to pay what I would pay at another resort in that area for the amenities that they get, I don't get at Whitewater. So you're not comparing apples to apples here. And I know, Heidi, you brought up rates from the state parks. State parks are a different ballgame. You're not comparing apples to apples there either. The other thing that we're doing for you is guaranteeing a rental on those reservation sites. During August especially, those sites aren't always filled every single night, especially on the weekdays. Weekends, yes. but we give you guaranteed income as a seasonal camper on those sites. And Cheryl, thank you for keeping those rates down over the last few years. We really appreciate it and understand that your costs are going up. But to just solely pin those on your campers there, I'm afraid you're going to do more damage to your reservations than you are going to get in an added revenue. These rates for primitive sites that you have with just electric are a little bit above where they should be. And absolutely, I expect a increase in rates, but not to the level that you're pinning on, especially the seasonal campers. We do come in and we do bring in revenue, and we also help to contribute to your local economy, not just in Whitewater Township, but all of the area up there. We're bringing our dollars to spend in your area and support your businesses. By raising those rates, you're going to be losing some of those dollars to the economy. And you talked about COVID being down. Yes, people were going out during COVID, but now that and with inflation the way it is, this is one way that people could afford to go out and have a vacation with their family. They're not going to be able to afford a lot of extra expenses for their vacation. Gas prices have come down a little bit, but we did notice last year that some sites were not filled as often as they were the last couple of years. So I just want you to take all those things in mind that we provide for the park as a seasonal camper. And please think about that. There's other ways that you can bring in some revenues, such as your boating fees. You know, you're allowing, and I think it's great. I think that your Whitewater Township residents get free boating. You've got a lot of people coming into that park on a daily basis that are not being charged to enter that park, and they're not residents of Whitewater Park. So there's other ways that you can look at and be creative with your financing to bring that extra money in. So I just hope you keep those things in mind. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. And I really hope that we can bring those rates down a little bit, because I'm not sure a lot of us seasonal campers can afford those high rates with what you give us. So thank you again, and good luck to all of you with your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, there's one. Yes, Denise.
Very quickly, this discussion today about the land splits and the ratios of the land divisions, 4-1 or whatever it is. We don't know how many of those have been made. So I would ask that maybe the zoning administrator or someone in that would be the correct person go back maybe to the through all of these land splits, maybe 20 years, because people have been splitting their land. The farmers have been splitting their land. If they're only allowed a 4-to-1 split, or 5 acres, and then that, and then they do 6 acres another time and all that, they may be done with all of their splits that they're allowed, and they don't know it, and we don't know it. So I would like to prevent this from happening again. It's going to be very expensive for someone or all of us. Please start a review that can go back maybe 20 years or whatever, so that we can avoid any of this again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any others. So I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett? Yes. Goss, yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Bowman?
Yes.
Thank you all.